At the end of Navy Pier, on the banks of Lake Michigan, here in the heart of Chicago, 365 days of hard work, perseverance, and elite level racing comes to a close. This is the 2025 Hyrox World Championships. And in just over an hour's time, we are going to have a brand new Elite 15 World Champion. This marks the start of something truly special as our ladies line up on the coveted Red Bull start line. And it's going to open up a weekend that has doubles, that has age groups, that has the mixed invitational relay. It's going to be a celebration of community, of fitness, and of this great sport. Let's kick it off. Oh my gosh, Greg, we are finally here after 4 majors, a last chance qualifier. It's the World Championships, and we're stood here in Chicago where the Elite 15 all began.
Yeah, super exciting. Like the standard of racing that we've seen so far this year, and now we've come to the moment we've been building for. Really excited for tonight.
Honestly, I've got goosebumps because we do have the Walk of Nations happening around us. It's a celebration of our age groups and our elite level, and tonight we kick off a huge weekend of racing with our Elite 15, and we're going to crown a brand new world champion.
Yeah, we are. And like I said, like the racing that we've seen so far this year is incredible, really. The number of athletes that are coming into the sport, the standard that's been improving. There's a huge number of athletes that could take the title tonight. Really excited.
Not just that, but yesterday during our inaugural press conference, we announced the majors for next season, and it looks a little different. We're going to be going from Hamburg, the birthplace of Hyrox, to Melbourne, to Phoenix, to Washington, DC, and then those latter 3 spots, they are going to be regionals, meaning you have to hold a passport, and the winner from each will make their way to next year's World Championships. I am not sure it gets more exciting than that. That is such a calendar, Greg. What was your initial reaction when you heard the news?
Yeah, great calendar. And it's great to see, like, with the ruling around the passport and having to come from that region, it opens it up to a larger number of athletes in reality. Like, there's a number of athletes that could be raced in those Elite 15 races, so really exciting.
Do you know what else is exciting? It's not just me and you here, but we also have the 3rd member of our team, and he is right in the thick of things. Let's head on down to the floor and Till Schenk.
That is very true, Lauren, right in the thick of it. I'm between the Netherlands and Mexico right now. We're in the middle of the Parade of Nations. Mexico, that is right. I mean, do I need to say more? It is madness what's happened down here. Everybody is so excited. Wait, that wasn't it, right? You can do more. That's right. They are fired up. It is so much fun down here. I cannot wait to see everybody race. And with that, back to the studio. Enjoy the atmosphere, everybody.
I know it looks amazing up in the stands, but actually you really feel it down here as well, don't you, Greg? This weekend's going to be, I don't know, a celebration of everything fitness and everything Hyrox. I'm super excited because we have this huge schedule coming your way. Kicking off tonight with our Elite 15s, but age group throughout the weekend, Friday through to Sunday. Tomorrow evening, the Mixed Relay Invitational. That's so exciting if last year is anything to go by, only in its 2nd edition. And then, of course, we debut the Elite Pro Doubles on Saturday night. And then, to close everything off, we have the Adaptive Invitational on Sunday evening. What a way to finish what's going to be a celebration.
Yeah, really exciting across the board, across all the days, and then, like you said, to finish on those adaptive invitationals and that adaptive divisions, if you like, have really like increased in size over the season, and it's great to see.
It's unbelievable to see. And you know what else is great to see? It's great to see our athletes now making a living from this sport, and that's thanks to partners, but also to this incredible prize pool that we're going to see in the Elite 15 tonight. You win this race and you walk away with $30,000, which could sustain someone all year round. But also the majors too.
Yeah. So that prize pool's in addition to what they've been able to earn from the majors, and like you said, people have been able to earn a living from this sport now, and that's fantastic to see.
It really is. So, the Elite 15 World Championship, it means that we have two defending champions. One of them is racing, one of them isn't. And honestly, it's moderately heartbreaking that we see this wonderful lady in Meg Jacobi joining us in studio as opposed to out on the start line. Honestly, Meg, always delighted to have you with us, but this must be a little bit bittersweet.
Thank you for having me. Definitely bittersweet. The goal was to try to get on that start line. It's taking a little longer than I had initially thought, but it's been very fun, honestly, getting to enjoy Worlds from a totally different perspective. Getting out in the community, doing Puma runs, a lot of community activations. There's so much to do in these Worlds events that the elite athletes really miss out on because they're prepping for this race. So it's been actually a really enjoyable experience being on the other side and being a fan.
I mean, as a fan, as an elite athlete yourself, someone who's unbelievably knowledgeable about the sport, and with an athlete in Lucy Proctor Racing, when you see the depth of the women's field that's about to take to the track, how do you even begin to unpick what could possibly happen this evening?
It's really going to be an incredible showing, and there are some new faces that performed extremely well at that last chance qualifier and in these last few majors. So it's really, it could be anybody's game, and I think that's what makes the sport so exciting, especially this season. It really, anybody could show up and take it. So I think we've got two really exciting races with a lot of names that could be on that podium. So it will be very fun to watch and also not have that pressure on me. It's a little bit nice, but of course, I'm a Patriot, so I'm pulling for my U.S. teammates out there.
Of course. How would you be preparing as an elite level athlete at this exact moment?
Getting that warm up in, trying to keep calm. It's extremely difficult to not have those nerves and that adrenaline. So really staying inside yourself. I love listening to music that gets me in the right mindset, and that's what I try to do. Trying not to spend too much time in the venue. If you can see around us, the energy is incredible, and you don't want to lose too much before this race, so that's what I would be doing.
Well, as I mentioned, we are gutted not to see you out there. Thank you for giving us a little bit of insight, but from one defending world champion to another, Alexander Ronchevich is also ready to come out fighting.
My big goal for the season was like to race all the 4 majors and to get the Grand Slam, but it obviously didn't work out. I did the Amsterdam race, qualified, everything went perfect. Hong Kong didn't go as planned. It just was some like issue on the sled pull. But after, in between Vegas and Glasgow, I got a sick. As soon as I realized I'm not gonna race Vegas and Glasgow, then I saw like the opportunity to have a big block heading into Chicago, like 3-4 months of training to get ready for the big one. It's crazy that you say like being the dark horse. I've been like pretty much all the time. I don't know why, because I'm always at the podium. It is like now my 6th World Championships I'm racing in. Like I've took part at every World Champs, and I've been always on the podium. And last year I took the title. I mean, if I'm looking back on the whole season, it's crazy how fast the sport developed, how many fast guys are coming into the sport, especially like looking at the top 30. I'm really excited to race the Elite 15 still. After 7 years of Hyrox, it's still like a gift for me to be in there, to be in the race, to be in the fight in between the best of the world. The men's field is like really competitive, really strong, and out of us 15, almost everybody has the chance to take the title home. James Kelly, Tim Waynish is looking very strong. I'm in the best shape of my life, I think. So yeah, for sure I'm gonna try to defend my title. I'm gonna hold it hard in my hands until the very last wall ball, and anyone who wants the title needs to like take it away from me, needs to deserve it like during the race, needs to fight even harder than I am. I'm here to win the Worlds and to defend my title. See you out there.
7 years in the sport, multiple podiums at World Championships, but we haven't actually seen Ronco race since Hong Kong. What's he been up to?
We've not seen him race in a major since Hong Kong, and that finish wasn't of the standard that we expect from him, but he won the European Championships in Vienna at the open weights. He's raced in Cologne since then and set an incredibly fast time in the pro division. So I think there have been some doubters about him this season because of that finish in Hong Kong, but he has shown up since, so you certainly can't count him out.
And without fail, he's always been on a podium. He's very much the man to beat. And as we look out on the Walk of Nations, well, one of the first out the gates is Australia, and they have sent quite an elite contingent, Greg.
Yeah, they have. Look, the sport has exploded in Australia, as I think we probably expected, and the standard of athletes from there is incredible. Like you said, there's a number of elite athletes being represented by Australia tonight.
I mean, one of Alexander Rodriguez's biggest opponents is going to be James Kelly, 2 major wins and 1 second off the world record in Glasgow. What makes him so dangerous?
His performances in the majors this year probably installed him as the favourite for tonight in reality in an incredibly strong field. His running has improved dramatically. His performance coming out of the stations through that rock zone is an incredibly impressive sight. Yeah, I think he's the favourite tonight. I think he's like Alex's greatest rival.
It's honestly amazing how he does balance absolutely everything, because he's not just a top-level athlete, but he's also coaching top-level athletes as well. And the lady who's going to be on the top of your team sheet alongside Lauren Weeks, Joanna Wettrick, is working under him out in Nashville, and she has been a phenomenon this season.
Yeah, phenomenal. She's burst onto the scene. She's so young, but she's managed to beat Lauren Weeks so far this season in Hong Kong. She gave her a great race in Glasgow as well. You know, I know she's been training hard. She's been training with JK and Tia-Claire Toomey and a number of like elite athletes. It's exciting to see what she's been, if she's been able to progress since Glasgow. She's going to give Lauren a great race tonight.
She really is. Lauren Weeks, of course, a 3-time world champion going for her 4th. But she's working Joanna Wettrick alongside the Tia-Claire Toomey, 7-time fittest on earth, and arguably one of the best fitness athletes that the world has ever seen. That must be such a level up.
Yeah. Like you said, probably the greatest female athlete we've ever seen. CrossFit Games, Olympics, Commonwealth Games. And now she's burst onto the scene in Hyrox. She holds a pro doubles world record with Joanna Wettrick. Yeah, exciting to see her come into this sport, and exciting to see what she can continue to do as well.
I mean, amongst those Australians, Jess Petro's right in there as well, also working under JK. They've just got this elite level group that's going to be rising them up. But Jess, dark horse?
Yeah, I think so. I think she maybe goes under the radar a little bit. She's very, very consistent throughout the majors, putting a really good performance in Glasgow. And like Joanna, really, I'm excited to see how she's been able to progress since then, but very consistent, yeah, and I think dark horse is a good term for her.
Speaking of, Jonathan Wynn, one of the most enigmatic guys on the circuit, and on his day can produce phenomenal results. We've just seen a little bit of fluctuation from him through the majors season. Do you think he's been working to pull it together for today? What's he been up to?
Yeah, I think you know, he narrowly missed out on qualifying early in the season in Hong Kong actually, and then illness affected him in Glasgow, so he didn't finish that race. But he put in a great performance in the last chance qualifier to get 3rd spot in that. And I know he said like his fitness has come on a long way since that Barcelona race. And he's been great over the last few years in Hyrox. He's one of the greatest athletes we've seen in this sport, and so yeah, you certainly can't count him out.
And then we've got our doubles pairing of Chris Woolley and Tom Rogers. Tom, though, what an unbelievable run in the last chance qualifier, dedicating his entire season to that final race that he took the win. But has he had enough experience at this level alongside these guys to make an impact this evening?
Well, to win that last chance qualifier in such a strong field, you have to have confidence, you have to be comfortable in your abilities, and he showed up. So yeah, I think he can do well tonight.
Now, as we watch Belgium come out in the Walk of Nations, there are 2 pretty incredible sisters who have formed a formidable partnership, the Van den Linden Loofs. Margot and Charlotte, what do we know about them? Why could they prove problematic to the other doubles pairings, despite their limited elite experience?
limited elite experience, but very experienced in doubles. You know, that's what they've specialised in. They've done it for a few years now. Very, very fast runners. Like, this is what they've been targeting. They've wanted to race in this elite doubles, and they've got the spot. They've showed up in Paris. They showed up in London as well in the qualifier. So yeah, excited to see what they can do actually.
Shall we hear about how they're feeling? Obviously, we've got a couple of days before they race, and Till Schenk is right in the thick of things with those two.
Down here with the Van den Lindelhof. Is that correct? Is that how you say it?
Very good, yeah.
Yes. So, point one for me this weekend. Unbelievable to have you here. Chicago, the sister double threat. What is your first take after a few days here in Chicago?
For us, it's the first time outside of Europe, so it's pretty cool to be here.
Wait, what? It's the first time outside Europe?
Racing out of Europe. We've been in the States before, but first time racing out of Europe, so we'll see how we manage the jet lag and the time difference and stuff, but we're excited. It's very cool to be here, so.
And obviously we got to ask the question, sisters, who is the stronger sister?
She's the strongest, and I think I'm the fastest, so we make a good team.
That is what makes them so strong, the strongest and the fastest, and obviously a lot of stoke going on here within Team Belgium. Good luck to the both of you. Can't wait to see you race and just soak it all in.
We will.
And with that, back to the studio.
Thanks so much, Till. Those two are just great. I can't wait to see them out on course. But from sisters to partners, Mr. and Mrs. Fetchik. We've got Maria Fetchik, the Canadian team relay captain, her husband Mike racing in the pro. When you have someone alongside you who can drive you in training and push you to be better, how does that pay off in big events like these?
Yeah, I think it can. So to be supporting each other in the preparation and the training for this must be really beneficial for them. I would think, and like you said, Mike's in the pro singles, in the age groups, and then Maria is competing in the elite doubles and captaining Canada in the relay. So yeah, great to see them here tonight.
Ever since Hyrox moved to those shores, you can't sleep on Canada, especially with the amount they can travel and race in the USA. That is a nation that is getting stronger and stronger, as is the Czech Republic, thanks to one man in particular, Thomas Tvrdik, who had quite a, do you call it a close encounter in Glasgow? Remind us what happened.
Yeah, so it was a photo finish really in Glasgow. If you saw it, you'll remember the race to the line against Sean Noble. We thought Sean Noble had got it, but a penalty for missing the last wall ball meant that Thomas Tvrdik claimed that spot. But he's a great racer, actually. Another one that flies under a radar a little bit, but yeah, great racer.
Part of the Czech army, and you just know that that kind of mentality when you're really deep in the hole comes into play. He is a fierce competitor, as are the Danish. And leading the charge for the Danish is an incredible woman who booked her ticket in Hong Kong, and Ida Matilda Steensgaard, a Red Bull athlete and an OCR world champion, and she's transitioned so seamlessly. Is she, or how, to what extent is she going to be competitive?
She, like you said, she was an OCR world champion, and then almost as soon as she turned her focus to Hyrox, you could see the improvement in her performance, and like she got that qualifying spot in Hong Kong back in November, and ever since then this race tonight has been her focus. So what she's been able to do with like 7 months of additional preparation, yeah, remains to be seen, but I think, you know, exciting athlete.
She was amazing in Hong Kong. So whilst we haven't seen her since, do not sleep on Ida Matilda. Also a Red Bull athlete, and as a company, Red Bull have come into this space and ultimately transformed it and athletes' lives. We have Ida Matilda Steensgaard. Most recently, Alexander Ronchevich has been given that coveted Red Bull hat. Lucy Proctor and Jake Dearden. They seem to just be able to elevate the athlete experience for those four, and also, I guess, the spectator experience for those running in the community as well.
Yeah, I've spoken to all those athletes about like working with Red Bull, and they've been able to go to the athlete like development centre that they have, and they get a lot of support from experts in nutrition, in sports science, everything like that, and they're also like complimentary about how that helps to support their lifestyle and their performance. And yeah, it's a real like benefit for them to be under that Red Bull umbrella, I think.
I'm not gonna lie, there's something like, I'm gonna say like chilling, something really exciting, goosebumps about seeing your nation walk out onto the grid and under the arch. And my nation is England. And leading that charge, there are two women in Kate Davey and Zara Piergiani racing in the doubles, but have such an interwoven story to tell. And I'm going to start with Kate Davey. She's going to be one of 900 English athletes competing. And she had a horror injury in her home race in Glasgow, but she's come back. How has she come back? What's this journey been like, and why is she a threat this weekend?
She's a threat because, you know, prior to that injury, she was coming on and coming, like, really improving time after time after time. She got the spot in Hong Kong for qualifying, and then it was just all about how fast can she go. And I think she's recovered well. I mean, we've seen them race, we've seen her and Zara race together in London in the doubles, and they got a qualifying spot there, so they put down a good time. Yeah, great athlete. It's exciting to see what she can do.
So from one doubles pairing to another English doubles pairing, and kind of, I'm going to call them the new kids on the block. Super exciting. Lucy Proctor and Sinead Bent. Sinead Bent, nothing short of a wonder.
Yeah, super fast runner. She burst onto the scene. She got the open weights world record. I think that was back in London, and then got the qualifying spot for tonight's race at the last chance qualifier in Barcelona. Some of her running, like, all of the athletes that race against her are incredibly complimentary just about how far she can go. Really like impressive athlete that has burst onto the scene.
And also Lucy Proctor, to a certain extent, managing to book her ticket in her first race out in Las Vegas. No one would have expected that from a 21-year-old. It's so exciting to see this youth coming through and the impact they're having.
Yeah, and she wasn't fazed by the occasion at all. Like, she raced in Las Vegas, and we wondered, like, was so young on her debut, what was she going to do? And she showed up, and then she did it again in Glasgow, another really good performance. She's now, and now she's here tonight, and I don't think she'll be phased again. She's working under Megan Jacoby, like who we just saw. So, you know, she's got a great mentor there. Yeah, impressive athlete.
The Jakes. Jake Williamson, Jake Dearden, two of the nicest lads you can ever hope to meet. They raced together in New York City just a mere week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And now they're back. They're not racing doubles together. Jake Williamson in the relay, as is Dearden, who is captaining. That's going to be an exciting evening of watching.
Yeah, it is. Jake put an incredibly impressive performance to win the England relay last year. It's great to see him back in the team again. And yeah, Jake is another one that's kind of like made his Elite 15 debut this year and like qualified for tonight. Great to see, and I think that's a very strong team that England have.
Well, they've got to defend a title, haven't they? That's going to be no mean feat when you've got the USA, you've got Germany, you've got Belgium, you've got the Netherlands all out to get them. But what about our winners from London? Came out of nowhere in the doubles, Charlie Botterill and Ollie Russell. You'll know them because of the UK scene. They're big players in that, but honestly, where did they come from?
They are, I think they've been targeting that race for a long time, and like Charlie races a lot of races in one weekend. Like the volume that he can get through is incredibly impressive. He's got a cycling background, but I don't think anyone expected them to turn up and win that race in London, but they did. And the fact that they did means they're real contenders for taking the title in reality. But yeah, very exciting to see. You know, Charlie's got a cycling background. Ollie comes more from CrossFit and rugby and things like that. He's done 48 hours of burpee broad jumps, which is just crazy.
Horrendous.
Yeah, exciting pairing.
Unbelievable pairing. Do you know what else is exciting? Being in the middle of it all. We have an incredible community of athletes in the United Kingdom. It is the biggest market, and it shows when we get to the World Championships, because Till is amongst it all.
"900 athletes from GB alone. It's insane. One of the biggest nations we're seeing here. Serious threats for the world champion titles. And I think the stoke is high. Team GB, are you ready? I think they can do better. Team GB, are you ready? Yes, they are. They're ready for 4 days of racing. Let's do this.
Oh my gosh, ready and loud. And I feel like we cross the channel and we go to England's biggest opposition, the French. And the French have got some serious names amongst them. Geoffrey Voisin, 4th in the last chance qualifiers at the top of that list.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen him in several Elite 15 races over the last few years. He always shows up. He always performs. Really strong, physical guy. Didn't quite qualify for the Elite 15 race this evening, but he's there on the roll down spot. But yeah, he can show up. He's got a number of age group world records as well. So yeah, really good guy.
You can see the full French team up on your screens right now. Alan Cal, though, is going to be leading the relay. That's very exciting for an athlete that we know so well from the age group divisions.
Yeah, we do. He's impressive. He's improving time after time and time again. I think the French relay team that he's captaining may be flying under the radar a little bit. I don't think they can be counted out. He's shown up a couple of times in the elite doubles qualifiers. They didn't quite get that spot, but I think they finished 4th in Paris and in London as well. So yeah, Alan Cow is a great athlete.
Obviously, such an incredible moment to see Hyrox come to the Grand Palais, which is possibly the most beautiful venue I've ever seen for any sporting events, last used by the Olympic Games and fencing. Tanguy Cruz was a name that stood out there. I don't know a huge amount about him, but he's becoming a big figure in the French scene. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, he's in there. Like, we'll see him mainly in the elite doubles on Saturday night. He's qualified with Daniel Payne they qualified in Melbourne in 2nd place in a very fast race. They beat out some serious competition that night, and so another one that maybe flies under the radar. I keep saying that, to be honest, but the fact that they managed to get 2nd in that race in Melbourne shows that they're like serious athletes.
Super exciting. Jezebel Kramer, she's been kind of, I guess, the stalwart of the French team, and she's always fiercely competitive. We do not see her in the Elite 15 tonight, which is a shame, but we will be seeing her out on the floor.
Yeah. She's a gritty competitor. Another one with a few age group world records. She's, I'm not sure of her exact age. She's over 40. She's got a few age group world records. Another one that we've seen in Elite 15 over the past few years.
Oh, Greg, there was some pretty big news this year, and that big news was that we were going to get a brand new centre turf, and it was going to be debuted at the World Championships, and this guy got a little bit of an early look in. Now let's teach you a little bit more about what the athletes are going to expect.
Here we are on the new turf. The thing everybody's been talking about before the race, there's been speculation, what's it gonna feel like, what's it gonna look like? Well, it looks fantastic and it feels fantastic. It feels a lot more spongy, and the lead has been on it. You've been on it. We're gonna try it out with you, but I wanna get Matt in, our technical director, which translates into the man who does the briefings for the elite, who's in contact with the lead, who's been talking to everybody in the lead. What is the feedback on the turf?
I have to say we're pretty happy right now. The first words that came out the first athlete's mouth were, oh, it feels the same.
Which is exactly what we want to achieve, because we want the same feel, we just want a better look and more durability, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a little bit of less what goes underneath in it. So, in terms of the environment and so on, we're using less tape. In the end, it's more about consistency, to be honest, so consistency of racing.
And that is the key here, but do we trust the lead? Do we not trust the lead? I got semi-elite with me in form of Greg here. Great, let's get to the sleds. I want to know, you're racing, you've pulled, you pushed the sleds. I want to know what you think. Matt, thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt.
Good luck.
Let's do this, everybody. Let's go, Greg. Come on, do this. What's an additional 83 kilos? I don't know why, but it seems to feel a little harder for Greg. I can't explain it. Come on, one more pull. You got this. So, Greg, let's see. If I was to ask you now, did the sled somehow feel a little heavier than normally?
I think you've been eating, Till. I think you've been eating a lot of food. that felt heavier, but it does feel. I can feel like I can imagine there is going to be improved consistency from that. The feel of it does feel like there's going to be more durable, more consistency. But yeah, with you on it, it was heavy.
Thanks for the compliment. Well, there you have it. It's an exciting new step here, the new turf, and we cannot wait to see our elite race on it tonight.
Oh, you jokers. You need to work on getting stronger if you can't pull Till across the carpet, Greg. Look, we've spoken about some of the biggest nations, but the birthplace of Hyrox was Germany, and Germany continues to have a level of athlete that is a step above the rest. And at the top of that list on the men's side, as Hunter McIntyre likes to call him, Tiny Tim. He's going to love that nickname.
Yeah, Tim Janich, one of the youngest athletes in the field, yet he's been around the sport almost since the start. His important performances in the majors this year have been incredibly impressive, incredibly consistent. He's had to pull out of the last 2 Elite 15 World Championships because of injury, but he seems like he's fit tonight, and I think he's going to go out very fast, and I think he's a real contender.
I think he's always a contender. Look at Team Germany. They know how to bring the party. That is epic. Now, on the women's side, Linda Meyer has been one of the most consistent long-running athletes that the sport has seen. Maybe this year didn't quite go to plan, but she did eventually secure her ticket, and she's one of the few elite athletes that is still doing this alongside a full-time job. Twice the work, twice the effort. It's super impressive.
Yeah, you're right. To consistently show up season after season and put in the performances that she does is very impressive. She's an ex-world record holder in the pro division. She was in last season's majors. She was pushing for those top 3 spots. She was always in the top 3 spots. Didn't start this season like we might expect, but then she put in a performance in Vegas to get the qualifier. Another solid performance in Glasgow, and she can show up tonight.
I don't know if you can hear the brass band behind us, but it's getting awful loud. Luckily, though, we can go to a little bit of momentary quiet because Jana Liebenstedt is with Till Schenk.
The Germans. We are a little more of a serious nation, but we're going to set the house on fire, there's no doubt. I got Jana Liebenstedt with me. She knows what Elite 15 racing means. You looked at the start list. What do you expect from the elite races?
I'm very excited. I think all athletes are very together, very strong, and I think it's a very great race, and I think it's a big fight, all athletes.
Do you think we're going to see a German world champion?
I hope, but I think no.
You're known to check out the cities and location when you go somewhere. How did you experience the atmosphere and everything about the World Championship so far?
I love Chicago. Chicago is very, very nice. And I think it's a very nice event, and I like it.
The only thing I heard is we got to work on the walk-in song for the Germans in the future.
The walk-in song? Yeah. It's not my song, sorry. It's not my song, no.
And with that, we better be going back to the studio.
Whilst we won't be seeing Jana Liebenstedt in the elite field, she is going to be a big part of the doubles race. We can't wait to see her after a late call-up. Similarly, Camilla Massa from Italy, she has been with us all season long in the majors. Will not be in the doubles after partner Meg Jacobi withdrew, and will not be on the Elite 15 start line. But she is with our man out on the floor. She did catch up with Till Schenk as she is going to lead the wonderful Italy team relay come tomorrow evening.
Down here with the woman who gave us a little bit of heartbreak in this season. We were all rooting for you, Camilla, into the Elite 15, but it's just a short break. You're back for next season, right?
For sure. I'm building for next season. I mean, it happens. This season get me stronger inside, maybe. So I'm going to be back soon.
The good thing for us is you had the time to take a close look at the field and who's in there. What's your take on the women's race? Is it a very clear race, or is it going to be a close fight?
No, Hyrox is always a fight. So you'll never know. You'll never know. I have my favorites, of course, but all of them are amazing athletes, both for women and men. So it's going to be very fun to watch.
Hey, and we're not just racing the individuals, we're racing doubles as well, but also the relays. Who do you think has the strongest relay team?
What do you mean?
Which nation has the strongest relay? Say Italy.
Italy, of course.
Of course, Italy. There you have it. Camilla, enjoy the weekend of racing here with us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have fun.
She is going to be so fresh for that relay. It's going to be wonderful to watch. Now, the Netherlands. Last chance qualifier was like the playground for the Dutch. Can you talk us through the two names that came to the fore out in Barcelona? It was wild.
Yes, Hyrox, firstly, in weeks leading up to Barcelona, we'd seen him in the doubles in Paris, and I saw how good his running was, and I thought he might be a contender, and he really showed up that night and got second spot. We have seen him in one Elite 15 major prior to that, back in Stockholm, but I feel like his performances have come a lot since then. His running in particular has improved. And then on the women's side, Emily Darman, like, come from nowhere really and won the race in an incredibly strong field, and she dominated the race as well. Very young athlete, the youngest athlete in the Elite 15 field tonight, and I'm so excited to see what she can do, because to show up like she did in that Barcelona race and dominate in the way that she did, I think makes her a real podium threat for this evening.
Oh, that is a fantastic call, Greg. I would love to see it. I'd love a little bit of upside like that. That would be amazing. And did you know that she started her journey less than a year ago as a volunteer in Hyrox, chopping apples at the start line and handing out water? It doesn't get more grounded than that, does it? It's utterly incredible. Now talk me through Scotland, because Graham Halliday, Scotland's biggest Hyroxer, he owns that city. We experienced it when we had our first ever 4-day event up in the city of Glasgow, and he is going to want to really prove something tonight.
Yeah, he does. I think he's finished 5th and 7th in the last 2 World Championships. Like, his you can't ever count him out until the end of the race, because his warbles are so impressive. He can often pass a number of athletes at that final station. He was looking really strong. He qualified in Hong Kong. He was injured in the lead up to Glasgow. He still raced like in his hometown race, but couldn't put in the performance that we know he's capable of. But ever since then, he's been fit. He's been working on his running, which is like the area he needs to work on most, because his stations are so incredibly strong, and I think he's in a good place for this evening.
Well, we spoke about one power couple earlier out of Canada, but there is another power couple who, whilst they're Spanish, call Chicago home. What must it mean for Pelayo and Elena to be here on home turf representing Spain? But actually Pelayo telling us that he secured his United States citizenship only a couple of days ago. This is such a week for those two.
Yeah, fantastic. And I don't think, like, the advantage of racing in your home city, I think that's a big advantage, to be able to sleep in your own bed and get ready for the race in the way that you'd want to. I think it is an advantage. And then Pelayo, yeah, really consistent performer in the Elite 15 majors. Probably the strongest runner in the field, and excited to see what he can do in singles and in the elite doubles on Saturday night. And then Elena, his wife, qualified in the elite doubles. She's captain in the Spain relay team, and an impressive athlete in her own right.
I'm so excited to see how those guys do this weekend. And Pelayo, of course, the current world record holder in the doubles too. Super exciting stuff. Do you know what else is exciting? There is an opportunity, the USA have an opportunity for either a male or a female in Lauren Weeks and Hunter McIntyre to claim a 4th world title. Starting with Lauren Weeks. Is GOAT the word to use?
Lauren Weeks, yeah, she's the greatest athlete we've seen in the sport, I think, really. She's incredibly impressive in the majors so far this season. She's been beaten in Hong Kong, so she's not unbeatable, but she's certainly the favourite for tonight. She's the world record holder. The time that she got in Glasgow was unbelievable, and yeah, I think she has to be the favourite for this evening.
She is probably the favourite going into every single race. There has been a great battle between her and Joanna Wettrick throughout the season, but the separator tonight on a course like this with brand new turf, how much will her experience play a part?
Yeah, it will play a part, and another one that you can't count out until the end, because we've seen her fall back in Glasgow at the sleds compared to Joanna. Joanna took a lead, and then Lauren slowly clawed back the time on her and chased her down. So yeah, experience will play a part, and she believes in herself throughout the race. She won't count herself out if she does fall back at the sleds.
I mean, honestly, just go back to Nice last year and what happened to her on sleds there, and she left the sleds in 10th and made up those spaces to finish on a podium. So she is an incredible athlete, as is Chris Rogloski, and what a fairy tale story to even see her racing tonight on a last-minute roll down.
Yeah, last-minute roll down for Barcelona because Megan Jacobi had to pull out, and Chris Rogloski got the spot. 2022 world champion in Las Vegas. It's great to see her here tonight. She'll also be in the elite doubles as well. And yet, a fantastic athlete, and like what she's capable of. Like we know she's world champion. Excited to see what she can do.
Lauren Griffith, Vivian Tafuto, Amy Belvalacqua, they are all athletes that on their day can upset podium spots. How excited does that make you to what we're about to see out on the floor? Like it honestly could be anyone's.
Yeah, it really could. Like we talk about Lauren and Joanna really as like the two favourites, but behind them is like the strength of the field is incredible, and like those athletes that you just mentioned there are certainly contenders for the podium spots. Vivian Tafuto, for a while she was associated with getting a full spot in like the elite races, but she got the third in the World Championships last year. She didn't start this season like how we might have expected, but she looks like she's finishing it and looks like she's in a really good place. And then Amy Belvalacqua, another name that you just mentioned, 51 years of age. Like I know she's like incredibly inspirational to a lot of athletes in this sport, what she's able to do. She's got 5 children. But she's one of the fastest athletes we've ever seen, and you know she's competing against people tonight that are less than half her age.
I love it. She's actually loving this week because her kids haven't travelled with her, and she gets some peace and quiet. So she's loving life and thoroughly prepared. Speaking of thoroughly prepared, Hunter McIntyre, 3-time world champion, one of the best characters in the sport, ever the showman, and looking to really reassert himself in the sport. And honestly, quite spurned during the season. Some performances that he didn't feel were a good representation of him. How dangerous does that make Hunter McIntyre tonight? Oh my gosh.
I think he's very dangerous. I think a few people have counted him out a little bit too soon. Like he's not won an elite race since December 2023 in Stockholm, where he set the world record. But that world record still exists. He finished second in Las Vegas. He didn't perform to his abilities in Glasgow at all, but I know he'd had a lot of travel like from Australia in the lead up to that race. But I think people have maybe counted him out too soon. And I noticed, I mean, Hunter's always confident, but I think he's feeling quietly confident about where he is tonight.
He was pretty confident in the press conference, I can tell you that. Oh, Hunter McIntyre, we absolutely adore you. And to the point in which I was like, you know what? Earlier this week, I'm going to need to rest my voice a little bit. I'm going to need a little bit of a break. So I handed the microphone directly over to the man himself.
This is Puma at Hyrox World Champs.
Impressive. What's up, guys? Hunter McIntyre here with 2 of the fastest ladies in Hyrox. We got Juicy Lucy and the world champion, Megan Jacobi. And we're going to talk shoes today. Listen, the ladies are excited to talk shoes. We're going to talk to you guys about this new drop that's coming out June 19th, and we're going to talk about all the reasons why you need to get one of these pair of shoes, why this one might fit you better, or this one might be the one you get on race day. So, ladies, let's hit it.
I race in solos in the Deviate, and in mixed or women's doubles, any doubles, I wear the Elite. The reason for me is the grip on the bottom of the Deviate is a little bit nicer for things like the sleds. These I have found for myself personally because of my sled pull technique. My feet tend to slip a little bit more in the Elites, but I love them when I'm in a doubles race and don't have to worry so much about the sleds because it's shared, because these for running are pretty amazing and very fast. Now, if you are a beginner to Hyrox, I would actually go with something more like the Velocity. The new Hyrox Velocity will drop in July, and that might be a great shoe for someone who's a beginner who doesn't necessarily need a carbon plate or might not benefit from that, especially because most people shouldn't be training in a plate all the time.
Guys, Juicy Lucy has a really cool offer that she wants to share with you, so I'm going to give it to her.
We also have this super exciting new patch, which is exclusively available at World Champs for all solo, age group, adaptive, and elite divisions. If you get the fastest run total, including the Rock Zone, you can earn yourself this patch and a pair of these shoes.
Winners will be announced at their respective award ceremonies and will come over to the Puma area to receive their awards.
Just say that and just say
She's got better
exit.
biceps.
No,
she
no,
does.
no. Dude, that's an optical illusion, dude. Optical illusion. Guys, I got a cool offer for you. Basically, these two bad boys right here are for sale this weekend until June 19th exclusively. So you have two options. Either you're here and you buy them, or you fly in and buy both of them, or someone else gets them. See you guys soon.
Let's head on down to the floor to hear from our Athlete of the Year, Laura Dutch.
No matter what walk of life we are from. Seasoned athletes to complete novices. No matter what obstacles we have to surpass, we are all part of the Hyrox family. To all the athletes participating in the 2025 Hyrox World Championships, we commend you for your dedication and sacrifice. You have trained relentlessly, pushing your bodies and minds to the limits. And now, it's time to shine on this grand stage. In name of all the Hyrox athletes and judges, we promise to take part in the 2025 Hyrox World Championship, respecting and abiding the rules which govern us, in the true spirit of sportsmanship. We stand together in solidarity and in equality as one. Hyrox is my sport. Hyrox is your sport. Hyrox is our sport. Thank you.
All right, we've waited long enough. Let the championships begin. Play the video.
Laura Dutch, a lady with autism that never takes the smile off her face. So good to see her reading the Hyrox manifesto to kick off what's going to be an incredible World Championships. But Greg, now all eyes turn to the women's race, and it is super exciting. We have so many athletes to watch, and I just want to dig a little deeper, especially to a few of our debutantes. Emily Dana came from nowhere. We spoke about her earlier. You called her a potential podium threat, but she has no background in this sport. She has come in out of nowhere, accidentally been good. She's not really been a runner. She's played a bit of tennis. She kind of played a little bit of field hockey, and somehow her aerobic capacity is as it is, and she's found her thing. And I think that's actually really fair to say of a lot of the field. But what actually sets her apart from what you saw in Barcelona?
I think what sets her apart is the way that she dominated the race against a field that was so strong, a field that we contained people like Zara Piergiani, Camila Massa, that have shown up time and time again in the Elite 15 field. And Emily came into that race and dominated it. And from the burpees, really, the race was over because she started so strong and just didn't fade. She had flown under the radar a little bit because she put down a time in Rotterdam, I think it was, that it was very impressive, but she got a 3-minute penalty that day because of an error that she made on the sled pull. So I think she had flown under the radar because there was a fast time in there. But yeah, I'm really excited about her because every month almost she's able to push on and develop her abilities because she hasn't spent years training for this. So the time that she does put in, she can really benefit from. And yeah, to come from what she did in Barcelona to tonight, I'm excited to see how she's developed.
Well, she is only one athlete. She's going to be up against 14. Look at that. Sika Arning out of Germany, Jess Petro, all the way down to Chris Rogloski, who got the late roll down after Megan Jacobi's withdrawal. Melanie Mora, she was someone we did not see coming at the last chance qualifier because she was in such a late wave, but she's proven herself over and over again in the age group racing. But when you look at that, honestly, how many of those women could take home a podium this weekend?
I think all of them can. I think any of them could finish in the top 3 tonight, and you wouldn't be that surprised by it. There's certainly no one that you feel sure is going to finish towards the bottom of the pack or anything. The field is so strong. There are clear favourites for the win, I think, but for a podium spot, any of those ladies could take it, I think.
Nicely teed up, Greg. the clear favourites for the top of the podium, I hear you say. There has been the battle brewing all major season long, and that has been between Lauren Weeks and Joanna Wettrick. This is how these two ladies stack up. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I think we've seen in the racing so far this season, like, they're both incredibly strong runners. That's probably obvious. If Lauren has a weakness relative to Joanna, it probably has been on the sled push. She maybe has fallen behind a little on the sled push. We saw that in Glasgow, we saw that in Hong Kong, we even saw it in Nice. Like, in Nice last year, she didn't get on with the sled so well, but she was able to claw back the time in Nice, she was able to claw back the time in Glasgow. So it's a running where she comes through strong, but the sleds are an important area tonight. If she can come out in a good position, then I think she's going to be feeling confident, but Joanna's going to want to extend the lead at that point.
If you watched the race in Glasgow, you saw them battling at the front the entire time, and it pushed them for Lauren to break a world record and for Joanna to break her PB. But this is the World Championships. Does that race play out like that?
Remains to be seen. I mean, Lauren's obviously got a lot more experience than Joanna in a race like this, like a race of this magnitude. But at the same time, there's been no signs that Joanna has been phased by it. Like, she's burst onto the scene this season. Every major she's shown up, she's done incredibly well in. So there's no sign that she's been phased by it, and she's been training with, you know, people like Tia Claire Toomey, James Kelly, Jess Petro, like experienced athletes, and to be surrounded by that, I think that, you know, that's what you need when you're coming into a race like this. I think she's going to give Lauren a real race tonight.
I love it. Obviously, we've spoken about Emily Darman in detail now because it's been such a surprise to see her on the start line in the best possible way. And when you put her head-to-head against someone like Kate Davey, who is 20 years her senior, then you can get a really good understanding of how she stacks up as an athlete, and honestly where Kate Davey is as well.
Yeah, Kate Davey is, like, she I think surprised us with her performance in Nice at the World Championships last year. Kate's burpee broad jump in particular is always one to watch. She can pull back a lot of time there. You can see just like the advantage that she has over Emily on the burpee broad jumps in their best times. Really strong runners, the pair of them, obviously, but yeah, it's like their station strengths are very different. Kate's very much on the burpee broad jumps, whereas Emily's more towards the latter half of the race. She can come into her own.
I love this youth versus experience theme that we've had, like, woven through the entire season long, especially with the likes of Joanna Wettrick, Lucy Proctor, and now Emily Darman. Do we think this is going to be a trend that we see going forward, especially when it comes to the female races, where youth is as competitive as experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge range of ages in the Elite 15 field tonight, and I think, you know, it remains to be seen how that develops over the years. But the range is huge, and much huger than you might see in other sports. Like, I think the youngest we've got tonight is age 20, and then Amy Bevilacqua age 51. So the range is huge. How that develops over the coming years remains to be seen.
Honestly, it's not just those couple, but Sinead Bent. She has been, again, just someone who's burst onto the scene this year. But we are speaking Sinead and Lucy Proctor, Kate Davey. It's a lot of British athletes, and I feel like, are we seeing this because of the depth that we've got in the UK and how the sport has kind of gripped that particular market? Is that producing this top level of athlete that we are seeing now at the World Championships?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the sport is huge in the UK. I think they've just sold 40,000 tickets for the upcoming event in London. So you are going to get a number of good quality athletes from that. And I know from experience of talking to people just how many people want to get a ticket for these Hyrox events that just can't in the UK anymore. So it's huge. There's thousands and thousands of people across the country training for this sport now. And yeah, so we are going to see like a lot of top level athletes come out of that.
Okay, Greg, I want to see a poll of two. Put your hands in the air if you've sat in a ticket queue to get race tickets and you've been like 10,000. Every single time. But it is spectacular. It means that the sport is growing and that there's interest, and actually that we're just genuinely lifting the fitness of the population, and that it's touching people that perhaps more traditional sports just isn't. And I love that about this sport. Do you know who else loves that about this sport? And two people who are, in fact, the people we need to thank for bringing this entire thing to life. Till Schenk caught up with the owners, Moritz Fürster and Christian Tutschke, a little bit earlier on. Obviously, just to find out a little bit about their perception and the excitement that they feel as we head into the spectacular World Championships.
The biggest, the best, and the most entertaining World Championship yet. That is what we promised. We're right in the middle of the Parade of Nations. Mo, you're the founder of this. How does this feel right now?
To be honest, not many feelings right now. It's still excitement and a little bit of stress. But I mean, of course, every single step that works is always a little bit of relief. So yeah, we're happy. It looks beautiful. I think most of the athletes look really happy. We see them smiling. So, but we have a lot of things to do. So we're not done yet.
But looking at yesterday's press conference, this is also just a stepping stone. There is a vision for the future. There's been so many announcements for next season. The excitement is just going to keep growing.
No, 100%. I mean, look, we are growing so fast, so many more participants this year compared to last year, and we expect the same for next season. We want to get better every day. We're working very hard on making this sport the best platform in the world of fitness, but also in the world of sport, to be honest. That's really what we're striving for. The athletes deserve it. This is the biggest show, the biggest platform in our sport. Yeah, and I'm here to obviously enjoy it, but in the end, it's all about the athletes. It's their show. We want them to shine, and we're working very hard to make that happen.
We got 4 days of fantastic racing ahead of us. What would make you a happy man on Sunday, locking the doors here and saying, yes, we did it?
Oh no, you know, as in the end, the ones who are running the show here, we're just looking to run everything as smooth as possible. No highlights, no downlights, just smooth event. As I said, create the best possible show and platform for all the athletes to shine. And if everything works out, and then I will be very happy, and I will have a couple of red wines on Sunday.
Then let's do exactly that. Let's enjoy the show. Let's have 4 fantastic days of racing. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you, Till. Let's go.
I can categorically tell you it'll be a few more than 4 red wines, and it might be tonight, not Sunday. But how wonderful. I think he sums it up really well. And you can see it when you're looking out on the Walk of Nations. You have got people here from all over the globe, many people coming here as a single represented nation. Guatemala there, like carrying the flags with pride and enjoying the atmosphere that's here on Navy Pier in Chicago. It's so cool to see that we have spread to a point. Team Hong Kong hosting a fabulous major over the course of the season as well. That was actually great. We'll go back to Hong Kong, thank you very much. But just to see the breadth of the countries that Hyrox is now touching, it's almost mind-blowing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It feels like there's a new event in a new country almost every week at the moment. I think there was over 80 different events this season in a huge number of countries. It really is a worldwide sport now. Like, the numbers are growing, the number of countries are growing, and yeah, it's great to see like the representation we've got from so many countries this evening.
Just off the top of my head, Bangkok, India, like countries that maybe you'd never expect. I know that I say that as a Western nation, to be fair, but these incredible kind of countries that are buying into this idea and bringing it over. I mean, I'm not sure it's going to be long until this thing takes over the entire globe.
And you just touched on as well, like what it's doing to change the fitness of people that, you know, wouldn't have necessarily entered a fitness competition in the past, but now they're doing it, and they're doing it like the world over. It's transforming like fitness in countries, and that's great to see. And as the sport continues to grow and thousands more people get involved and tell their friends about it, and like they train for it, and the gyms are ready to train for it. And, it's transforming the health, it's transforming the fitness of the world in a way.
100%. And now we've got Hyrox 365, and the fact that there is an affiliate structure. I myself am an affiliate owner, bringing Hyrox into places where it's accessible to all and providing gym owners with a way to easily structure Hyrox training. That's a very exciting thing.
Yeah, it is, like to have the gym set up, to know how to train for something like this, to blend endurance and strength and muscular endurance, and have the equipment for it, and coach the coaches and how to train for it, and coach athletes in doing it. Yeah, it's a great like basis for building this sport around the world.
Honestly, okay, I'm looking at our 2 t-shirts. I am wearing a light blue Hyrox London t-shirt. This was my first ever race. It was about 3.5 years ago, before we went to the Manchester World Championships. You were wearing the brand new 2025 Chicago kind of, I guess, representative tee. And it just goes to show almost like how far the sport has come, that we're stood here on the other side of the world. We have got thousands of people in the crowd, thousands and thousands, and an elite level field that are now supporting themselves. That in itself is really special. Take me back to your first race and that experience that you had.
So my first race was in Birmingham in 2021, and I think there was under 1,000 athletes there that day. And that day, like, it felt like it was big. It was like, wow, what's this fitness event? And like you could see that there was an excitement around it. I felt like it was going to grow, but now when I think about like an event in the UK, and I touched on earlier, like they've just sold 40,000 tickets for an event coming up in London. And, like, to compare that to like Birmingham, where there was under 1,000 people, it's crazy to think how much it's grown since then. But yeah, like the excitement ever since that Birmingham event. I saw a guy like I met back at that Birmingham event 3 years ago, and like it's transformed his life, it's transformed his fitness, the way he trains. So it's really lovely to see that years on, we're still like all benefiting from that experience.
The pictures that you just saw there on your screen were Lauren Griffith's parents, and honestly, they follow her around to every single race. Not dissimilar to what we've just been talking about, community. It's really integrated into the household, and families are on this journey together, whether it's Lauren Weeks, her coach husband, Anthony Pericini, their daughter, Lily, who was in her belly when she was racing in Las Vegas. You've got Megan Jacoby and her daughter who travel around the world. Amy Belvalacqua is without hers, but that's fine. But it becomes this family sport that you can all do together, and I think it's something that brings people closer.
Yeah, it does. And funnily enough, when I was on the plane out here, like, I spoke to a few people, and like there were parents, and they were saying, "Oh, yeah, I'm coming out to watch my daughter race," and things like that. Like, you know, there's like, it is a family affair. There was like the whole plane was full of Hyrox athletes or Hyrox like families, all coming.
You know, because of the Built for Athletes backs.
Yeah. It's great to see. Like, the support that all these athletes will have here this weekend is fantastic.
I had a lovely experience this morning. I was sat chatting to Ted Petro and Jess Petro's mum, and her mum was telling me that Jess had basically always been an athlete. She had always been this fierce competitor, but as a parent, watching her grow through sport, she was in track. She has never been more proud to see kind of how she has sustained and never given up on the dream. And then Jess actually said to her, it was, "Mum, because you never pushed me, you never forced me, you made me let my own decision making, and I wanted to be in this sport and I wanted to be an athlete." And then her mum started tearing up, and honestly, it was those heartwarming moments that you get on stages like these. I think the emotion right now, as the women are about to take to the start line, is just so high. I mean, even as a semi-elite athlete, sorry Greg.
I'll take it.
Even as someone who lines up on the start line, what emotions are you feeling?
Yeah, it's great. It's great that it gives you a purpose for the training. And you touched on that. These athletes have been in sport for all their lives, really. But this sport's come along, and I know it's like, this is the one this is what I've been waiting for. Like, you know, some athletes have got that blend of endurance and strength, and they've never quite found a sport that fitted them perfectly. And then this came along, and it's like, this is the one I've been waiting for. But it gives you a purpose for that training. It's great to stand on that start line and feel like, yeah, this could be an expression of my fitness. This is what I work for. This is like what gets me up in the morning to train and everything like that. And so that race time is, you know, it can be nerve-wracking sometimes, it can be exciting, but really it just gives you a reason for all the training that you put in.
As you can see, our women are standing by to walk out for their biggest race of the entire year. All of that hard work, all of the travel, all of the hours poured into running, into thresholds, into putting your heart and soul into one singular focus. This is their moment. This is the 2025 Hyrox World Championships. Let's go.
Seeing these beautiful pictures here of Team Ireland getting into the mood. What a race this is going to be. And with that, a warm welcome again to everybody joining us just now. Minutes before the race start, the very first race here of the 2025 Hyrox World Championship, live from Navy Pier here in Chicago.
We're moments away, people, moments away.
This is going to be the biggest, the best, the most exciting race we've seen yet. It is unpredictable. We're going to kick it off with the women. We're seeing in the picture here, just getting ready for their walk-on. And you can see his good spirits down there. Lucy Proctor having a good time with Lauren Griffith, Chris Roglowski there as well, and Amy Bevilacqua. I mean, I don't think I've seen a race hydration belt since probably Ironman Triathlon racing about 20 years ago. So great, she's bringing it back, the renaissance here. And look at that lineup. It's friendly, it's all smiles, but that is about to change when the gun goes off for the hunt here for the World Championship title. And you heard it in the studio. If you joined us here before with Lauren and with Greg, they were talking about it. We've got our race favorites, we got the dark horses. A lot of folks out there were saying this is the race for Lauren Weeks. And I got to tell you, as Greg is now in the studio with me, I'm not willing to initial that, to put my name under that right away. I think it's going to be a fierce fight out there. I think we're going to see, you know, a Joanna Vittrick who saw in Glasgow exactly where her deficit is, what needs to be done. She has an amazing team. So with that, welcome, Greg. Welcome to the studio for the commentary box now. I mean, Greg, the excitement is just, it's ridiculous. It's like the vibes in here and everything, you can feel the tension and the happiness and the excitement and the fear and everything combined.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of excitement. Like, I've been lucky enough to do the commentary for a few of these World Championships now, and every year it just gets bigger and better. The excitement is off the scale this year. That's in no small part because of like the standards of this field, and then also just how close it is. Like, it's so hard to call who's going to win, who's going to be on the podium, who's going to be in the top 5. Like, it could be anyone, and that really, I think, adds to the excitement. You speak to anyone, like, they've got a different opinion of how the race could go. So yeah, really exciting.
Absolutely, it's going to be a fantastic race as we're jumping straight into the walk-on or the run-on of our elite athletes. We've seen Lucy Proctor from Great Britain. We got Lauren Griffith, Amy Bevilacqua, the most experienced athlete age-wise in the field. Chris Roglowski, who came in last minute. She is a roll-down slot, I want to say. She missed the last chance qualifier in Barcelona, but she was confident to make it to the Worlds anyways. Melanie Maurer, who's been getting better race after race after race, being trained by one of the hopeful German athletes who's got high hopes to be in the Elite 15 next season, Fabian Eisenlauer. We got Linda Meyer from Germany, who knows exactly what it feels like to stand on the podium of a World Championship. Ida Mathilde Stensgaard from Denmark, this incredible, successful and experienced OCR athlete racing here in the Elite 15. And look at that, it is getting loud for Kate Davey. And then I think next we're seeing probably the biggest smile we've seen the entire lead-up days here in Chicago, no matter if in the press conference or wherever. Sinead Benn, she cannot stop smiling at all. I mean, she surprised a lot of folks this season. And she is a serious threat for everybody. And there is Emilia Dahmen. I mean, what a story. She started Hyrox, not racing, she started Hyrox as a volunteer, handing out drinks, taking time and gyms off athletes who crossed the finish line. As a thank you for doing that, she got a free start to a Hyrox race a year ago. And here she is in the Elite 15. I'm having goosebumps talking about it. It's such a Cinderella story within the world of Hyrox. Sika Arning, the second German athlete. She had a wild season, I want to say. You know, we've seen her struggle throughout the season, but she did what she had to do to be here at the World Championship. Can't wait to see her. And then, well, among the shooting stars, she is the one that was shining the brightest throughout the season, Joanna Wittring. Another newbie who, a little over a year ago, actually didn't even know what Hyrox is. And here she is, and she is probably the strongest, the fiercest, the toughest contender for Lauren Weeks. Vivian Tabudo, and here she goes, the home crowd favorite. The woman, Greg, is it fair to say, she is the one, she's the only one who can lose the race today?
She certainly has to be favourite for the race, that's for sure. She's earned that right to be favourite. She's the greatest that we've seen in this sport. The time, the world record time that she got in Glasgow was unbelievable. But she won't have it all her own way. Joanna Wittring has shown that she's a real contender. She's been able to beat her in Hong Kong so far this year. Gave her a great race in Glasgow. I think she will again tonight.
I think one of the things we need to consider is this time around, Lauren Weeks did not have to travel. In all fairness, neither did Joanna. She's been in the country for a long time. So it's very even conditions for the field, and these are the last moments, the last minutes in the start tunnel. Such a diverse field that we see racing here today. On the left-hand side, Jeanette Bent. I think she's going to be the one that you need to have on the radar for a podium. I think she will surprise a lot of the experienced and established Elite 15 athletes today.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the athletes and I think a lot of the coaches in the sport think the same. You know, I think they see her as a real future star in this sport. You know, I know a lot of brands have wanted to support her, come on board. The performance that she put in Barcelona was incredibly impressive. Yeah, I think she can continue to build on that.
And with that, it is the final time to say a very warm hello and welcome to everybody joining us just now on the live stream here. You are in the final, roughly 60 seconds before the start of the very first race of our 2025 Hyrox World Championship live here from Chicago, the Navy Pier, this beautiful location for this World Championship. And we're gonna kick off this weekend of racing with no other than our Elite 15 women. And here we go, straight into the race. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the start. And Greg, there is no doubt Lauren Weeks, she's gonna try to go to the front, but the question is, who's gonna go with her? It's gonna be Joanna Wittring. You're seeing the response right now. She's not gonna be willing to let her go. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen. Grab your seats, grab your popcorn, get on your feet, no matter you choose. Let's get this show on the road.
This is a huge venue that we're in here tonight, and that first, it's a really long straight. I think that could benefit some of these some of the runners in this field, especially like some other courses we see a lot of twisting and a lot of turning. This has longer straights, and so you can really open up your stride and put in some good pace. But yeah, Lauren, as expected, has started out fast, but Joanna's keeping up with her, and then I think that's Sinead Bent, again, one of the strongest runners in this field, is in third spot there.
And then, I want to see Amelia Dahlman, obviously, as well. A 3:49 run average. We saw it when you were down there in the studio. That is just, I mean this in the kindest way possible, but that's just plain ridiculous. 3:49 average within a Hyrox race on the kilometer. That is just absolutely wild. And they're just coming past the commentating booth here. And Lauren Weeks, she always looks so calm and collected. And something I really like in those first meters is to see Linda Meyer from Germany actually go with the lead. She is a bit of a slow starter, usually on the run into those races. She's very polite, she's holding back, she doesn't like putting the elbows out, she never takes the inside lane if there's two athletes. And it's great to see what's happening. It looks like the team around her, including Björn, a performance and mental coach and everything, they dialed her in, which is a good sign for the German. So this gets me as a German a little bit excited about what she'll be able to do here in terms of a podium today. But I mean, look at that field, you know. Melanie Maurer, just left-hand side with the short hair, with the buzz cut. She's one of those athletes who's just flying under the radar, but she strikes in that second half of the race because she, with her triathlon background, she knows how to keep up her running pace and everything. She knows really how to stay within her limits and her abilities. And I'm a little bit surprised to see Emilia Dahmen this far back in the run right now.
Yeah, that is it. That is a gap. The front four really are opening up against the rest of the field. So she's certainly not pushing it from the start like we saw in Barcelona. And whether she's struggling for some reason, I'm not sure. I mean, she's still moving very well, but maybe it's just she just feels like the others have gone out too hot here, and then she can claw back time later in the race. She does have a strong back half, especially on the stations. Like, I think sometimes she feels like she struggles on the burpees. That's not her strong point. After that, she can claw back some time, and maybe she just feels like these others have gone out too hot at the moment.
And going out hot, that is exactly what describes what we're seeing here right now. Lauren Weeks is putting the herd on the women behind. And I'm pretty sure we're seeing some athletes, including Linda Meyer behind right now, going a little bit above what they planned in that first lap right now. It's almost like the race plan is overboard already, because everybody wants to stay with Lauren Weeks. You know you need to do that to be where you want to be if you want to fight for a podium and a potential title in that World Championship. And for everybody who goes now, it's like, hey, we're 3:45 into the race. They're not even in yet. It's not that fast. The first round is a little longer than everything else that's coming, and they're just about to make their turn into the in-arch. It's going to be Lauren Weeks, Joanna Wittrich, Jeanette Band, and Linda Meyer. That's the top four coming in. Then a little bit of a gap, and then the group led by Lucy Proctor, Melanie Maurer, Lauren Griffiths. We see Jess Petra, Ida Matilda Stensgaard coming in as well. So everybody bunched nicely together. Vivian Tafudo, Chris Ruglowski. And it is Kate Davey and Amy Bevilacqua right now who lost the most on that first run. And you know Kate Davey inside out. There's nothing to worry quite yet.
No, we don't ever see Kate like take it out too hot at the start. She knows where her strengths are. Like, she knows that she can pass a number of athletes in the burpee broad jumps in particular. So, you know, I don't think there's any panic stations yet until Kate's been through the burpees, and then we can see where she's at. She can make up so much time at that stage of the race. I think in these early stages, I think that one of the biggest statements that's been made at the moment is from Sinead Bent. It would be easy to let Lauren and Joanna, who are the two favourites here, it would be easy to let them go and just say, like, I'm just here to compete for the third spot, maybe. But Sinead's like made a real statement, I think, by like trying to keep up with them on that first run and say, no, I'm going to give you a race. You're not going to have it all your own way.
But let's be honest, if you're Jeanette Bent right now, you got absolutely nothing to lose at all. I mean, I think, you know, you were talking about the brands who were jumping on board, trying to support her and everything right now. And they will be happy if she puts out a great effort, if she tries everything. I think she cannot lose in this race here today. Even if she blows up, you know, if she proves that she's really close, even if it just lasts for 6 workouts and not for 8, I think we all know that she is going to be one of the future stars of the sport.
Yeah, I think a lot of people could see that, and yeah, her run is so strong, and I feel like she feels like she can hold that through the race. She's talked about how good she feels and how fast she can run coming out of the stations as well. Like, her time in the rock zone, if you like, is incredibly impressive. She's good on the walkers. It's not like she has this obviously weak station. Like, sometimes she puts the kettlebells down at the farmer's carry, but she moves so quickly when she's got them in her hands that she can make up time there. So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's almost a freebie for her tonight, because like this is almost her first like full season in the sport, and she's still learning it. She's still improving, still growing. She's won the pro races that she's competed in. Like, she's beaten Camille Lamassari in Milan. She's won in Manchester. Yeah, certainly a future star, I feel.
And, you know, I think we're in for a real treat. What we're seeing here right now, if they keep up the pace they're going right now, they are close together. Jeanette Bent is going to lose a little bit of time. She's going to lose a few meters. I think athletes like Linda Meyer and potentially Jess Petrov, they might be able to pass her in that second half of the row here. We're just gone past the halfway point. But Joanna Wittrich, she's most likely going to get out of the ski erg just ahead of Lauren Weeks. So she's going to be the one dictating the pace for that second run, at least for the first lap of it. So I'm going to switch the dynamics around a little bit. But then again, if we look at the races between Lauren Weeks and Joanna Wittrich that were really close in the early stages, Joanna was able to leave a mark, and then it is in the final workouts that Lauren Weeks tends to strike back.
Yeah, I think Joanna, based on the previous races, I feel like if she feels like she's going to win this race, she needs to have a good gap at the sleds. That's previously where she's opened up a gap on Lauren. I think she's going to want the same because historically Lauren's been able to claw back time in those later stages of the race. She's going to want a good gap there, and that's why she's not going to let her out of her sights at the start of this race.
And it's very beautiful to see in that picture right now how different the technique is. You look at Joanna Wittrich, who's literally like just with bent elbow finishing the workout in front of her knees or that pull, and Lauren Weeks does the very standard, very typical like whip all the way back, going through and then back up to the front. But it pretty much just leaves them with more or less the same average. Joanna Wittrich is just about 10 meters ahead of Lauren Weeks here. We got 60 meters to go in this first workout, the ski erg. And I don't know if our viewers can hear that in the atmosphere in the background, but the noise level, the excitement in here is wild already, with the spectators filling the grandstands here as she's going out. Joanna Wittrich is first. Lauren Weeks is the woman hunted right now by about 3-4 seconds. Linda Meyer, and here we go. Jess Petro gone through as well. Sika Anning, Lauren Griffith, Vivian Tefudo, and Emilia Dahmen. What a move. She didn't have the strongest first run, but what a strong workout for her at the ski erg. Moving up the positions here. She went all the way from third last into seventh, 18 seconds down from Joanna Wittrich. Linda Meyer, here we go. She lost a little bit of time. She's now with Jeanette. She is now with Jess Petro and trying to go past Jeanette right away. And Greg, after what we've seen here, Jess Petro now coming through, apologies. Sika Anning, obviously, just with Linda Meyer. Considering what we saw in that first run, having Linda Meyer and Jeanette Bent running together, that's exactly what they need now, chasing Lauren Weeks and Joanna Wittrich.
Yeah, they do, yeah. If those two are going to open up a gap, like, you're then looking at a third and like who are you going to run with? Can you open up a gap against the rest of the field? But yeah, I think it was Sinead coming out in third there, but she's, you know, there's certainly not much of a gap against the rest of the field. But this next run can be interesting in how they come into the sled push.
What I love about just exactly what we're seeing here right now, if anybody was to ask us, who is the perfect Hyrox athlete? What's the perfect background for it? What's the perfect body shape for it? Well, how are we supposed to tell with those two? The background couldn't be more different, you know, between those two. I mean, one coming from CrossFit, the other one from something more endurance sport and in a different level explosive. And like a team sports background and so on. And then, I mean, body type, we don't need to talk. We got slightly shorter, we got tall. It doesn't matter. There is no textbook athlete to be absolutely on top of the game in Hyrox racing.
Yeah, you're right. And certainly, like even ages, you were talking about this.
Yeah.
Like Emily Darman is age 20 and Amy Beverlak was 51. So even that, now whether that changes and over time we see, you know, a certain body type, a certain height, a certain age, like, you know, dominating this sport remains to be seen. But there's certainly no sign of that at the moment. And like you say, a range of backgrounds as well.
And we're just seeing the splits here at the bottom. They had for the skier, Joanna Wittrich was fastest, then Lauren Weeks, and then it was Emilia Dahmen already with a 4:20. Only Sika Anning actually a little bit faster between Joanna Wittrich and Lauren Weeks. So great workout for her, for the German, who had a fair amount of heartbreak throughout the season. So I'm wishing her a great race here. But I mean, Greg, what we're seeing here right now, that is not a surprise at all. That were the predictions all along. for the race. You know, some people said it's going to be the Lauren Weeks show, and then the other set is going to be the duel between Lauren Weeks and Joanna Wittrich, and that's what we're seeing right now. And Linda Meyer in the background has gone past Sika Arning and Jeanette Bent now. And just looking down, what we're seeing coming through here, I think Chris Roglowski and Kate Davey, they're in for a early Sufferfest.
Yeah, they're falling quite far behind. Chris Roglowski in particular is falling quite far behind the field, so I wonder if there's a problem there with how she's feeling, whether there's an injury or something going on. I'm not sure, but yeah, they're certainly falling behind the rest of the field at the moment.
They are an entire lap behind on this run, but with that, we're going with our leaders shoulder to shoulder exactly at the same time into the sled. And so, from what we've seen, if Lauren Weeks manages to leave the sled shoulder to shoulder or ahead of Joanna Wittrich is in trouble.
Trouble's a strong word at this stage of the race if they're level, because then the sled pull is another important station. But yeah, I think historically she's going to want to open up some kind of gap against Lauren at this stage. Now, I will say that first length that they moved it very, very well, the two of them. There was no like pauses, no sign of them struggling. Like they're slowing down a little bit coming back this way, but that first length looked really good for the pair of them.
You know, that's been the big question for everybody here. We got this new turf, which makes a lot of sense. It's a more durable turf. It's going to keep the racing a lot more even throughout the season for everybody. But, oh, interesting one. I did not see that one not being far enough, but fair enough. Head judges down there, they have the closed look. And what I was going at basically is like we've seen Lauren Weeks struggle a fair amount with the sled throughout the season and having to make up ground after the sled, and she has to take that break now. Joanna Wittrich, she went a little further. She's taken a little bit of a break there now as well, but you can very clearly see Lauren Weeks, she is not willing to lose as much time on the sled as she has in the past.
No, but what's interesting is the number of breaks that she's taken and Joanna's taken on that leg. And Lauren's like, I think that's his fourth or fifth break she's taken on this leg so far. And you compare that against their first one where they did it unbroken. So I'm just wondering if, like, the fact that the two of them are racing, if they pushed each other almost too hard on that first one and they're really struggling now.
I think there might be. There's like this one. The one tip I got before my first race, and that's an opinion that most elite athletes share, is even if you're feeling great, take that very short break already on that first lap, but just make sure you don't flush too much lactate into the legs, you don't hurt the calves too much. But hey, what do we know? Joanna Wittrich, she is out and she is opening a little bit of a gap on Lauren Weeks. But Lauren Weeks, she's going to go out furious. She's going to try everything she can to close the gap. And look at that race scenario right now. You got Lauren Weeks, who on paper is the race favorite. So her motivation is to catch Joanna Wittrich. And Joanna Wittrich knows somebody's coming from behind. No other than Lauren Weeks. And that is going to give her so much motivation. Linda Meyer now out as well. Jeanette Ben. Both athletes actually potentially clawing back a little bit of extra time here on Lauren Weeks now as well. And behind, we're seeing Vivian Tafudo, Emilia Dahm, and Lucy Proctor coming out as well. Sika Arning. It is exactly happening what we were talking about, what you guys were talking about, Greg, what you predicted. We might end up with a bit of a duel in the front between Lauren Weeks and Joanna Wittrich. But that race for third, that is going to be pure madness, pure carnage all the way down to the end of the wall balls.
Yeah, you see there, like from third to ninth, there's, what is there, 12 seconds between all of those athletes there, so incredibly close. This next run, I think, is interesting. It's interesting to see like how Lauren does, how Joanna does, how much damage they did to themselves on that sled push. It certainly wasn't as easy for them as maybe in other races we've seen in the past. Like Lauren in particular took a lot more pauses on each of those lengths than maybe we've seen. Has that done her a lot of damage as well, or is her running still looking strong?
This is the woman in the lead right now, Joanna Wittrich. They came over to the US with her team around James Kelly, who we're going to see racing down tonight as well, JK. You know, there's no disadvantage of not being an American for her tonight. She's been pretty much adopted by the nation over the last couple of weeks here. She didn't have the time difference or anything. And there she goes on that run. And only now is Lauren Weeks coming around the turn, trying to pull her up. 13 seconds, that was the gap after the sled, coming out of the sled. And this is going to be exciting. Interesting to see Ida Matilda just coming by the booth here, actually with a smile on her face, responding to the spectators.
Looks like it's a tough day there for some of those at the back. Like we talked about Chris Rogowski and Kate Davey, but Amy Bevilacqua doesn't look like she's moving as well as we've seen her in the past there. Yeah, a tough day for some of these athletes for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Lauren Griffiths as well there, I think is in 13th spot as she come out the sled push.
So just coming past the booth here, I want to say Joanna Wittrich might have opened the gap by another second or two, not much more than that. But it's interesting to see that she's able to run away right now from Lauren Weeks, actually potentially opening the gap a little more on that run. But we also know from past races, Greg, correct me if I'm seeing that wrong, but with the difficulties that Lauren Weeks has on the sled, often her run after the sled push also wasn't the best, but she is insanely good at then coming back and recovering and suddenly like just switching gears again.
Yeah, very, very gritty. You can't rest on your laurels when you know Lauren Weeks is chasing you. You can see her there. You can see she's moving incredibly fast, but Joanna does look relaxed about that, you know, like she knows what she's doing, she knows what's going to happen, she knows she hasn't got it in the bag by any means. Like she's opened up a gap at this stage of the race. Like she'll remember Glasgow where Lauren did chase her down. She'll have seen the race from Nice last year where Lauren, you know, effectively came out around 10th spot out the sleds and then still managed to grab a second spot at the finish. So you know, she knows who's chasing her.
Oh, but did you just see that move from Joanna Wittrich? She had the chalk ready to make sure she doesn't have sweaty hands going to the sled. She did not have to waste any time trying to grab the official chalk to stop at the bucket. She can go straight down to the road. Let's see. And there you go, Lauren Weeks. She's making that right-hand turn. That is just a second. Not more than that, but she does lose that extra second now, having to grab the chalk. And here we go, the duel first versus a second, the third workout for our Elite 15 race here at the Hyrox World Championship in Chicago 2025. Linda Meyer, look at that. Linda Meyer closed 6 seconds on this run. Lauren Weeks closed 3 seconds on Joanna Wittrich. So interesting. For a second there, it looked like Joanna might be running away from the other women, but actually Lauren Weeks, Linda Meyer managing to crawl back a little bit of time. Linda Meyer opening 7 seconds or 6 seconds on Jeanette Bent.
Keep an eye on Linda as well on this sled pull. If you remember back in, I think it was Las Vegas, she put an incredibly fast time on the sled pull when she'd been falling behind in the early stages of the race, and then just
it's literally within that first lane, she pretty much closed 10 out of 11 seconds she had on Lauren Weeks. And so it'll be very interesting to see Linda Meyer, if she does really well at the sled here, which we expect. It's all coming down to the other workouts. She is definitely one of those athletes who can, even in an elite race, go unbroken at the wall balls.
Yeah, and that's important to have in your locker. If you know that you've got that at the end of the race, then you can push yourself just a little bit more before it. It's like it's not this intimidating thing waiting for you at the end. If you know you've got the unbroken wall balls for you, so and a number of these ladies do. You know, we know Lauren has, we know Joanna has, but yeah, to have that in your locker is really, really important.
Oh, a little bit of trouble there for Linda Meyer to make sure that both sides off the sled. She lost 2-3 seconds there. That's valuable seconds. Also mentally, because, you know, with the pace she's going, she might actually be able to go past Lauren Weeks and potentially even almost catch up to Joanna Wittrich there. But you need to keep it clean. You don't want to lose those even 2 or 3 seconds in the way she did there with like just not pulling far enough.
Yeah.
The sled, the top bits of the sled need to be past the white line.
just to mention for Lucy Proctor there as well in 5th, like moving really well. Like we know, like the ski, for example, is one of her weaker stations in this race, but she started strongly. I think she had the fastest sled push out of all this field. And she's coming to this sled pull in 5th position, really, really strong. Like she only made her Elite 15 debut back in Las Vegas. She got her qualifying spot for tonight in that race on her debut. Like she's not fazed by the occasion at all, and she started here very, very strongly.
And Linda Meyer now has moved past Lauren Weeks. So Linda Meyer in 3rd from the bottom. Lauren Weeks in 2nd, Joanna Wittrich in 1st. But I can tell you right now that also between Joanna Wittrich and Linda Meyer, it is not the 21 seconds it was a moment ago. And if you then look at the run we had before where Linda Meyer was 6 seconds faster, if she can stay real close now to Joanna Wittrich, she might have that mental momentum to actually run up to Joanna Wittrich and be, well, in the lead, potentially, of this World Championship after workout number 3. Let's see how much time she is losing now on Joanna Wittrich, who is running out. It's probably going to be somewhere in the range of about 10 seconds. And here we go, Linda Meyer on the way. She is out.
I will say Lauren Weeks there looks like she is struggling towards the end of that sled pull. She looks like she's really struggling to get that moving.
Oh, and I'm really impressed. For everybody who's followed the season around, yeah, look at Lauren Weeks. She is fighting, she's struggling, but she's got the sleds out of the way now, and we all know what that means. It's like she knows, we know now the Lauren Weeks games are going to start. Yeah. You know, it's how often throughout the last couple of years have we had it that we're like, oh no, she does not look great. And then like within a workout, it's like, oh my word, where did that come from?
Yeah.
But Linda Meyer, if you followed our live races throughout the season, if you've seen her style and everything, you can tell they worked so hard on her running efficiency, on her running style to preserve energy, to be faster, and it is very clearly shown in the race here today. She looked smooth, she looked good coming out of that sled pull. So this might yet be another podium for Linda Meyer. She's putting herself in a really good position right now, but then again, as you love to remind me, it's the early stages of the race. We've gone through 3 workouts, and we got Joanna Wittrich 10 seconds ahead of Linda Meyer, 26 of Lauren Weeks, 14 of Shinnet Band, and only 5 seconds down Amelia Dahmen. And she's a sneaky one. It's kind of like what she does, right? So she stays a little bit in the background, but she does well in the second half.
Yeah, she does well in the second half now. We're coming up to the burpee broad jumps. That's not necessarily her strong point. I think she feels, because she is so tall, that it's not necessarily her strong point. But so this is an important station for her. But then, like you said, towards the end of the race, really, really strong for her.
And we were just able here from our booth to see Joanna Wittrich and Linda Meyer run past us. And I gotta tell you, Joanna Wittrich, she looks a little heavy on the legs right now. Not moving that fast, not that efficiently. Linda Meyer, a lot more pep in the steps. So, by the way, Lauren Weeks, who's back to Lauren Weeks' running style right now. Look at the gaps we're seeing on the screen. Remember them. Just counting in my head, Linda Meyer has already brought the gap down to 7 seconds, and she's got Joanna Wittrich in her sights on this run. But look at what's happening behind. I mean, Shinnet Band, Amelia Dahmen, Vivian Tafudo, Lucy Proctor, Jess Petro. They're all within 18 seconds. Lauren Weeks now going past Ida Matilda on the screen there, on the split screen, as we're seeing Chris Ruglowski having a tough day right now. So much time lost for the American at the sled pull, and there she goes out of the race, yet with a smile on her face. I think it is a smile. I think this is the kind of setting, right? Here we see a slow motion of Lauren Weeks. We've seen the struggle. The fight at the sled pull. But yeah, I mean, you look at Chris Ruglowski, not the best race so far here yet. But you're racing at the World Championship in your home country in front of the home crowds. You might just as well put a smile on your face as you do it. And look at that, Linda Meyer has gone past Joanna Wittrich. Linda Meyer is taking the lead of the World Championship here in Chicago. I have not seen that kind of confidence and performance in her in a long time.
Now, when you were talking earlier about her mindset and, you know, putting the elbows out maybe and getting into a race, I remember us having the same conversation like over a year ago when we were in Washington, DC, and she got second in that race, and we felt like then that was like the first time she really sort of showed that grittiness. And maybe since then we've not seen that sort of performance from her, but it looks like she believes tonight. You know, she's gone out fast when she didn't necessarily have to, and she's competing, and she's gone past Joanna there. It feels like maybe she believes that she can do it and like belongs like at the front of this field.
And the only woman with a huge smile on her face right now in the field we've just seen a moment ago has got to be Kate Davey, because the burpees are coming up.
They are coming up, but she is a fair way behind a lot of these ladies in this field. So she's going to have to make up a lot of time if she wants to finish this race where she feels she's capable.
All right, Joanna Wittrich, Linda Meyer. Joanna Wittrich looking just a little bit better right now at the burpee. She's a little bit quicker off the ground, I want to say, than Linda Meyer. But I mean, this is the first lap here. And let's face it, if you were a betting man, even you would not have put money on Linda Meyer leading the World Championship coming into the burpees.
No, certainly not, certainly not. Like, maybe if she'd asked us a couple of years ago whether we felt that was possible, then yeah, because she's, you know, one of the strongest competitors in this field for a number of years now. But lately, we've not seen like the very, very best of her. It's like been Megan, Joanna, Lauren dominating this field, but Lauren's up there, Linda's up there tonight.
What impresses me right now is she ran 10 seconds faster on that lap, on that kilometer, than Joanna Wittrich. And she ran, like even Lauren, it's not because Joanna was so slow, like even Lauren Weeks only made up 2 seconds on Joanna Wittrich. It's incredible how Linda Meyer improved her run for this World Championship here. They've worked hard on it, they've worked so focused on it. It's the very first season for her that she finally accepted a coach. She's always been this free spirit who's like, I still need to enjoy this, I still need to have my freedom. She coached herself. This is the first season she was like, okay, if I want to be up there with everything that's happening around me, I gotta learn to trust the coach. I gotta learn to, I'm going to put it this way, to do the dirty work that I don't want to do. And right now, it seems to be paying off. And it's the patience.
Yeah, she's just passing Joanna. Joanna has opened up a little gap, but she's pulled it back.
And look at Lauren Weeks. That is not 24 seconds anymore either. What an incredible race we're seeing here in the lead, ladies and gentlemen, out on the screens. Do not write off Lauren Weeks. Do not. I tell you right now, her race is just starting now. She's got the sleds out of the way. But what is Linda Meyer doing there right now? Everybody was talking about the duel between Lauren Weeks and Joanna Wittrich, and there goes Linda Meyer. Was like, hey, I'm having a part of this. Like, I like leading races. Why not? I might just as well. And there she goes. It looks right now, it does look a little bit like she knows a little better how to conserve her energy for the burpees. She knows a little better on how hard to attack them. It looks a little bit like Joanna Wittrich might have gone out too hard. And Lauren Weeks is definitely the fastest of the three right now.
Yeah, she is. Just keep an eye as well on Sinead Bent there. We're talking about, you know, is it a three-horse race at the moment? But Sinead, she was 20 seconds behind Lauren Weeks coming into this station, but she has got good burpee broad jumps on her. She's like a quick, nimble athlete, and she can move through these burpee broad jumps for sure.
Just as Lucy Proctor does, who actually just flew past Sinead Bent. Beautiful shot. We've seen her in the black with the white Red Bull headband. That is Lucy Proctor, and Linda Meyer is done. She's going to be first out of the burpees. Germany leading the World Championship here in Chicago, halfway through the race. And Lauren Weeks, she's gone past Joanna Wittrich. What is happening in Chicago? What a race here. And now I'm looking forward to seeing Joanna Wittrich's run, because she is not running as good, as fast as we expected her.
No, you're right. Like for Linda to have brought that 10 seconds on the run previously and then move better on the burpee broad jumps. Yeah, she's obviously not feeling as good as Linda was now. Whether that burpee broad jumps has cost Linda a lot, we'll see. But for sure, the signs are Joanna's maybe struggling a little bit more.
We're going to see them come past the booth here in a second. And, I mean, looking at the running style right now, I don't think it cost Linda Meyer that much. She is still, look at how efficient she is running, how smooth, how confident she is leading the race right now. We're going to look back and see where Lauren Weeks is. She's going to be next around the turn. And Joanna Vittrick is losing meter by meter on Lauren Weeks going into the second half of the race here. I'm not sure. I know this is early to call, but knowing what Lauren Weeks can do in the second half of the race, I don't know. I don't think this is Joanna's to take.
No, for sure. Like we talked about, like Joanna would want a gap coming out the sleds. She still has had a gap previously against Lauren after they come out the burpee broad jumps, and then it could be later on that Lauren claws it back. But for this stage of the race, to Lauren have the gap.
And I mean, look at the numbers at the bottom here. Lauren Weeks going 3:32 for those burpees, which is insanely fast compared to the 3:46 from Linda Meyer or even 3:57 from Joanna Vittrick. But hold my beer, Lucy Proctor, 3:19 on the burpees.
Yeah, 3:19 on the burpees. That's out of all them ladies there. Kate Davies gone 3:10 as well. So we knew Kate could go quick. Impressive time from Lucy there to go back with her sled push that she won as well.
And I cannot believe that we're just seeing Linda Meyer flirt with the audience, putting a smile on her face as she seems to be running away from Lauren Weeks. This now seems to be more than the 8 seconds it was a moment ago. And Joanna Vittrick, she's got to find another gear. She's got to find it within herself somewhere. Linda Meyer going strong.
Replay here, Joanna Vittrick going through the burpee broad jumps.
Here we go, the look up from Joanna Vittrick. Oh, you see the suffering, you see the hurt, and the gap on Lauren Weeks is a good solid, I want to say about 50 meters now. And then there's the confusion about going in. What happened there? Joanna Vittrick just turned into the in-notch. Just point with a finger, arguing with the cameraman. It should be obvious. She's got Lauren Weeks ahead of her in her side. And Greg, you're the expert here. You're seeing it live right now. We're seeing the pictures and we're seeing the slow motion from Lauren Weeks, but Joanna Vittrick does not look smooth on the run.
No, she does not look as smooth as Lauren, who was ahead of her. She does not look as smooth as Linda, who I think has extended the gap against both of those two on this run as well. So certainly not looking as smooth as we've seen. And we know Joanna, like, her running is her strong point. We've seen her looking smooth throughout other races. She doesn't look like she's in that place tonight.
Something not to forget is, like, what is going on in Linda Meyer's head right now? Did the team know? Did they expect this might happen or not? Because suddenly you are leading the race and your competition isn't even right there. Do you have the confidence in her situation right now to say, yes, absolutely, I can take this title. This is mine to fight for right now. But she's not just fighting the competition. If it comes down to a duel at the wall balls, she's going to fight the US crowds here as well.
yeah. Fighting Lauren Weeks, like, you know, the greatest wall baller we've seen.
That is disbelief. I'm sorry to jump in. That is disbelief and happiness and celebration on her face. What is happening in Chicago? We are enjoying this race. I'm sure everybody out there on the screens is enjoying this race. That was her response to our man down on the floor, Faisal, giving her some words of encouragement. And Lauren Weeks now coming in the hand. Joanna Vittrick as well. Greg, Linda Meyer, what's going through her head right now?
She looks like she's happy. She looks like she's in a good place. It's not like she's struggling. It's not like she's killed herself to get her in this spot. She's relaxed. I always look for those kinds of signs where someone's waving or smiling, like for an indicator of how they're feeling. It feels like she's feeling good and relaxed about where she is.
I mean, you look at her, she's definitely, as an athlete, physically changed as well. She looks a lot more ripped, I think, than we've seen her at any other race. And I don't know if that was just like the way she was breathing, but I have the feeling she can't stop bringing that smile up. And, like, I think she's surprising herself a little bit. And if we look at the splits right now, 158, 159, 157 there. They're not giving each other a lot of room right now. It's quite interesting to see the row. If there's like one thing that makes Linda Meyer's like performance coach really happy, it's rowing. Rowing is his thing. He very heavily believes in rowing. So I'm sure they've done a lot of that. She's looking over, I think, to the competition, what's happening there. Probably some people shouting at her words of encouragement. But 1:58 right now. And as we're seeing our top three right now, 370 meters into the row, we're hearing Chris Ruglowski, unfortunately out of the race. It is not her day in Chicago here. So she's doing what she needs to do. And Seka Arning, she has lost serious time at the burpees. She's just now running out of the burpees together with Ida Matilda. Running to the row, not out of the burpees, that would be a lot. Just now coming into the row, Ida Matilda and Melanie Mauer in the hunt. Amy Bevilacqua close to them as well. Those are the next one coming in. But we got Linda Meyer halfway through the row. And the good news for her is, with her slowing down by 2 or 3 seconds, everybody else is as well.
Yeah, she's not losing much time against the others at this point in the row, for sure.
So when we're done with the row, we've gone through 5 workouts. We got 3 left. Looking at the top 3, do you see a weakness for any of them coming up in those final workouts?
No weaknesses. No weaknesses for those in the final workouts, for sure. There's no obvious place where any of them lose time or gain a huge amount of time. I think they can all do unbroken wall balls. I think Lauren and Joanne have shown that probably more often than Linda up to now. But I think Linda is certainly capable of it. So there's no obvious place where either of them are going to lose a lot of time.
It's the one thing I think we know is Farmers Carry. They're very. It's going to be very, like times will be very even between the 3 of them. Wall balls. We definitely know how strong Lauren Weeks is. We definitely know Linda Meyer can go unbroken. Lauren Weeks now slowing down just a little bit at that row. We're seeing 2:04, 2:05, and she seems to be fighting a little more than we were thinking she would have at this stage. Linda Meyer now 70, almost 80 meters ahead of Lauren Weeks on that row. So she actually opened another 20 meters. It was 60 meters. So she was 60 meters in by the time that Lauren Weeks started that row. Joanna Vittrick still holding the average, like the lowest of the 3 of them. She's getting real close to Lauren Weeks now as well. As we're heading into the final stretch for Linda Meyer, she's going to wait until the 1,000 meters are they're done. It's the clear from the judges. She is out. Linda Meyer out onto the run course, and let's see how big the gap is going to be into run number 6 of the day here in Chicago. Linda Meyer leading the World Championship ahead of the local top favorite of the race, Lauren Weeks, and Joanna Vittrick now as well. And behind the 3 of them, Greg, it's going to be real tough now for Lucy Proctor, for Jeanette Ben. They're close, but they're about 100 meters behind on the run, on 2nd and 3rd. That's going to be a tough call to catch a podium spot here.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially considering, like we were saying, like none of the top 3 have an obvious weak spot in those stages, and it's not like I'm not even sure Lucy has unbroken wall balls before, for example. But at the same time, like her performance tonight is already very, very impressive. If you'd offered her full spot before tonight, I think maybe she'd have taken it. You know, like so she's doing incredibly well. I think she'll be happy with where she is, but I think the top 3 right now is certainly a struggle.
Oh, and look at that, with the gap that Linda Meyer has, that she opened up, even on the long side of the run. Lauren Weeks was just able to catch a glimpse of her before she went around the turn. Joanna Vittrick couldn't even see her anymore, so you also lose that carrot that you can use to try and pull yourself up a little bit. And I totally agree what you just said about Lucy Proctor. I mean, what a race here for the young Brit. What a season it's been for her already. Vivian Chifudo now on the way out as well. Lucy Proctor and Jeanette Bend running almost shoulder to shoulder down on that run track with Jeanette go past Lucy Proctor now. She's going to try to stay on her at the heels. Kate Davey heading out onto the run as well. Jess Petro trying to catch up. And Linda Meyer's coming around the turn, and we'll see how that last lap unfolded. So the lap before, I just had that very brief moment. You followed the season. My thought just now was like, Linda Meyer, please count your run laps. We've had that drama from her this season already, where she did miscount. And actually, Lauren Weeks is now crawling, it's like just clawing back a little bit of time. It's only been like 10, 15 meters, but she is getting a little bit closer to Linda Meyer. And look at her racing. She knows exactly, she's got to just really throw it all in there right now. She cannot slow down at all. She's got to risk everything right now because she also knows how strong Linda Meyer is in those final 3 workouts. But then again, Greg, 27 seconds between first and third. We might have expected that between first and second at this stage of the race. I think nobody believed that we would have a third person this close in the mix.
No, certainly when Megan Jacobi pulled out of the race, then I think we felt it was a 2-horse race. And like, yeah, for Linda to come in to see these 3 ladies battling it out, I don't think anyone expected that. I certainly didn't speak to anyone before this race and said, I think Linda can take it. I think it was either Joanna, it was either Lauren, getting mentioned every single time. And like, Linda has really put herself here tonight.
Oh, but Lauren Weeks definitely putting a little bit of a dent into the lead of Linda Meyer. At least it looks like it on the track right now. I think she's got a couple of seconds back there. Lauren Weeks now coming into the inarch as well.
So a little unique tonight, like that we've not seen before. They're essentially doing laps of the grid of the sled pull, the sled push circuit, and they're going to go around twice here.
So that's something new, and this is given it. Lauren Weeks, and look at Lauren Weeks flying now. This is the moment to shine. And the big question is, how well can Linda Meyer respond to this? Lauren Weeks is doing Lauren Weeks things. We've got Joanna Vittrick in now as well. 2 laps to go. And it looks to me like right now, it looks like Linda Meyer's having a little bit of a tough time. Definitely a tougher time than Lauren Weeks. And Joanna Vittrick, look at that. It is tough going for her. She does look a little bit like she's going to drop those kettlebells for the first time before the lap is over. In every second lost, every time you got to put down the kettlebells here, you're losing valuable time on the chasers. And Jeanette Bend, she's doing the thing she keeps doing, but she keeps running, but she also, we've not seen a single time that she went unbroken on this kettlebell, on that farmer's carry. Here we go. I think she's really close to dropping them for the first time. Linda Meyer trying to stay within herself right now. She is on the way out. They dropped the kettlebells. There she goes. She is going unbroken. Lauren Weeks, if I just saw that right, there was a quid. Oh, she is suffering. She's dropping them again as well. This is valuable time for Linda Meyer. And Joanna Vittrick actually getting a little bit closer again to Lauren Weeks. Look at the struggle. Lauren Weeks pulling up that left shoulder. She is absolutely mixed out. She's dropping them again. Joanna Vittrick can see that now. What a fight, what a struggle for Lauren Weeks. She made up 7 seconds on that run on Linda Meyer, but she lost that time again in that second half of the farmer's carry. Here goes Joanna Vittrick. What a fourth and back within the second here. But then again, Lauren Weeks, she suffered on the farmer's carry, but great. She looks great heading back out onto that run.
Yeah, she does. We've spoken before, when people do struggle on the farmer's carry, it can be an indicator that they've really, like, they're at their limit and they just don't have that grip strength anymore. But Lauren looks like she's come charging out of that run there, so she certainly lost time against Linda on the farmer's carry. But can she claw it back on this run? She certainly did on the previous run.
15 seconds. 15 seconds is what she lost on that farmer carry. She went in so strong. Jess Petro now putting down the kettlebells as well. She cannot go through. Lucy Proctor moving up the ranks here. What a fantastic race, or actually just making up time, but like in 5th going out onto that run. Kate Davey doing well. Emilia Darman losing a little bit of time now. Zika Arning, Melanie Maurer, Ida Matilda Stensgaard, Amy Bevilacqua and Vivian Tafuda. But remember, some of them on the 2nd lap already, others on the 1st. We got 2 stations left at the World Championship. To everybody joining us a little late here, you have missed an incredibly exciting race in the first 6 workouts. We've got a surprise leader in Linda Meyer from Germany, 28 seconds ahead of the hometown favorite of Lauren Weeks. I want to say 95% of the people bet she's going to be the world champion by the end of the night. She is still within reach of it. There is no doubt. She's got an incredibly strong set of lunges and wall balls on her. But Linda Meyer, she is surprising everybody right now, doing real well.
Linda there on the right of the screen, looking strong on her running, still controlled, still calm. But she is being chased. We're seeing Lauren, even Joanna's still looking fairly solid on her runs. We spoke earlier about maybe is Joanna looking like she's struggling on her runs, but when she last passed us, she looked like she was a little bit more composed at that point.
The brutal thing now for Lauren Weeks is literally she realizes that she has lost time. You know, she cannot see Linda Meyer anymore on the long straight coming around the turn. And Joanna Vittrick, she can see Lauren Weeks. She's really close.
There's Lauren on the screen there. We've not seen that for a long time with Lauren on the farmer's carries. A few years ago, I remember speaking about, is it her weakness? And she went away and she worked on it, and then typically we would see her go unbroken on the farmer's carry, but she struggled a lot more tonight.
Farmer's carry out. We're seeing the times at the bottom. Linda Meyer actually setting the fastest time here in the top 10 with a 1:37. The athlete, that's a very quick time. Vivian Tafudo, fantastic with a 1:38 as well, doing really well. But I think the biggest difference for Linda Meyer is the confidence she's displaying from the start of the race here. Quick zip out of the cup, and this incredible run that they put together. And I could go on about all the nerd work that went into this World Championship. They were working with pencils in front of their eyes and noses and everything. Like, they worked on absolutely every little screw that you can work on. She's in the lunges now. There was a yellow card.
What was that for, I wonder?
I'm not sure. Was that the knee is not at the bottom? The one thing you don't want to do now is get a penalty. I tell you that right now. That would be absolutely devastating, not just because you're losing time, you're losing energy, but it's going to screw with your head. It's going to send you into panic mode. You want to avoid that. There is no reason for her right now to risk too much at the sandbag lunges.
No, and you certainly don't, like, the lunges isn't typically a station that you would associate with getting a penalty. Like, maybe at the wall balls you get the no reps, at the burpees you can get punished for penalties. Don't typically see it at the lunges. I believe that yellow card, that warning, was for not fully extending at the top of the rep. So she needs to be careful now.
So she needs to be careful now. She's got to keep it clean. And if she knew that she actually made up even more ground on that run, both on Lauren Weeks and Joanna Vittrick. Just a second on Joanna, who actually gets getting closer to Lauren Weeks now as well. What a potential showdown we're in for at the wall balls. Jeanette Bent now coming into those sandbag lunges as well. Lucy Proctor is on the way, not too far behind. But Linda Meyer is still leading the race going into the sandbag lunges with a 33-second lead. She had her warning. She needs to be careful not to get a penalty. The judges, the head judges, very close to the athletes, making sure we've got a fair race here. And look at Joanna Vittrick. She is almost shoulder to shoulder now. She's only one lunge behind Lauren Weeks. She's going to give her a run for the money here for the podium spot. It's going to come down to a three-way duel at the wall balls. If we're not seeing any drama or heartbreak here, if they keep it clean, Linda Meyer is going to be first to the wall balls. She is fighting hard now, but everybody is now into that little extra step in between, right? At the beginning, they go out just lunge into lunge into lunge, but you know it yourself, it saves so much energy doing that tiny little bit of step in between. It makes you lose a little bit of time, but it makes you preserve a lot of energy. Especially in those quads that you want to have fit and ready right now going into those wall balls. Linda Meyer turning around again for the next lunge. Quick word from the refs again, reminding her to keep it clean. What an exciting race here, the Elite 15. Everybody was talking about the men's race. That is the one that's going to bring all the excitement to the grid here. But Greg, what a race we're seeing in the women's already here, Elite 15. If this is not World Championship worthy, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic racing. Like you said, everyone's talking about the men's. It's so hard to call. It could be between a huge number of guys. We thought this was going to be between two ladies, really, and then the rest of the field chasing that third spot. But Linda has shown up and really taken this race by storm. And yes, she's looking strong still at this stage of the race. She's come out this run looking strong, and now one station left to go.
I tell you right now, Greg, I was sitting in the grandstands earlier today. You saw the interview that I had with Jana Lebenstedt, and when I said, are we going to see a German world champion? Even I was thinking about Tim Venus, maybe in the men's race. I was not thinking it's possible in the women's race. I should have known it. What a race here so far. Linda Meyer from Germany absolutely on fire. First out onto that run, on the way to the final workout, on the way to the wall balls.
This isn't over yet, though. This isn't over. Joanna's come out. That lunge is looking strong on her runs. We know she's got unbroken wall balls in her. Linda has done that, but she hasn't done it like every race. And so this isn't a foregone conclusion yet. There's Lauren coming out of the station again, looking strong on the run. Like they're going to chase Linda down. They know they've got to put the work in here to get that time back on this run. It looks like Sinead and Lucy both coming out of the lunges as well. Really, really good position. They're going to battle it out for that fourth spot.
Oh, that's going to be a while. Jeanette Bent, she's going to go past Lucy Proctor on the run now, without a doubt. And then it's coming down to the wall balls. And this is going to be so painful for every single athlete. At the wall balls, there's two things to focus on. You want to keep them fast, but you also want to keep them clean.
Yes, yeah. We've seen that. If I think that's the last chance qualifier in Barcelona, actually, we saw like a huge number of athletes getting a huge number of no reps. Like some were getting like 20 no reps. And the time that can cost you, and the energy that it can cost you is huge. So yeah, it can be a big factor.
Oh, absolutely. Those no reps, they can be so costly. And just, it ain't over until it's over. We have seen so much drama. We've seen Sika Arning, I believe it was, who collapsed basically at the wall balls. She was so empty that the wall balls would actually push her to the ground when the wall ball was coming back from the board. We've seen it all. We've seen elite athletes completely losing it, and no repping 15, 18 times out there. Everything is possible, but the woman in the driver's seat right now, that is Linda Meyer from Germany. She's heading into her very final run lap now. The next time around, she's going to come in and head to the wall balls, and then it's in her hands. Joanna Vittrick, she has gone past Lauren Weeks with a very, very decisive move, I want to say. What a gap it is right now for the woman from Australia. She is putting everything out onto that run right now in the attempt to give Linda Maya a run for the money. And I hate to say it, but looking at the gap right now, Lauren Weeks is out of contention for the world champion title. Yeah. I'm willing to call it, as we see it here with Linda Maya at the wall vault. She is your leader. The big question is, when is Joanna Wittrich going to come in? How big is the gap? First no rep there for Linda Maya already. How many wall vaults is she going to have ahead of Joanna Wittrich before Joanna Wittrich hits that first one? It's going to be 11 or 12 reps here. 12 it is, and now Joanna Wittrich is there. A 12 wall vault lead for Linda Maya at the World Championship here in Chicago. Boy, oh boy, 12 is not that much, Greg, but we know how strong Linda Maya can be. I mean, I want to say the only thing that can beat Linda Maya right now is Linda Maya.
Yeah, but 12 isn't that much. I remember, funny enough, last time we were in Chicago, around, I think it was 18 months ago, like Linda put in a really, really gritty performance at the wall balls. I think it was against Vivian Tabuto on that day to get a spot at the World Championship. So we know she can dig deep here, but I think Joanna's clawed back a little bit of time in these early stages.
And I think the huge difference is we've seen 3 no reps from Linda Maya, and it is not the target. I believe it is the squat that we're seeing. It's a little more clean, a little more obvious on the side of Joanna Wittrich. But there is still 10 wall vaults between Linda Maya and Joanna Wittrich as we stand here. And we're almost halfway through. The big question is, can you go unbroken or not? You can definitely not afford a long rest here. There is no doubt. You've got Joanna Wittrich breathing down your neck. You've got Lauren Weeks. Yes, she is 50 wall balls behind Joanna Wittrich, but she's going to go all in and absolutely full gas. And what a race behind that between Jeanette Bent and Lucy Proctor, the 2 Brits.
Yeah, brilliant performances from them tonight. Made their Elite 15 debuts this year. Sinead Bent making her Elite 15 debut tonight, really, after qualifying at the last chance qualifier in Barcelona. Lucy Proctor made her Elite 15 debut in Vegas and got a spot for tonight, and they've really shown up tonight, and they can be really, really proud of what they've done.
There's 30 wall balls left. You're seeing Linda Maya, she's slowing down just a little bit, but so is Joanna Wittrich. Linda Maya now making sure to bring that squat really under the 90-degree angle to make sure she doesn't get any more no reps here. She's into the final quarter. Is this going to be the World Championship here for Linda Maya? 20 wall balls left. She is 9 wall balls ahead of Joanna Wittrich. Lauren Weeks, she is not going to be able to catch up time here. She's the woman who's going to be defeated in Chicago in front of the home crowds. It looks a lot like the Germans and the Australians are taking charge of the race. The final 10 wall balls for Linda Maya. Out on the screens, Germany, you can get ready to celebrate. She's on the way, the final 5 wall balls. For the woman from Germany, she's been on the podium before, she's never been a world champion. And here we go, the final one, your world champion in 2025 from Germany, Linda Maya, in absolute disbelief, Greg.
Wow, what a performance from her. I think that's over a 2-minute personal best from her tonight as well. That's incredible time that she's put in, incredible performance. She has shown up. She has won a race that we thought was a 2-horse race, and she's beaten those 2 ladies. Unbelievable.
We were speculating, we were talking about it so much. We were like, who's going to be the person we're not talking about? Who's going like, hey, I'll take it. If those 2 are fighting, if Joanna and Laura are fighting in the front, I'll take it. Linda Maya does it. Her team gets her ready to the point. Her family traveling with her. Her mom being an age group world champion herself, who's going to race here in Chicago. Absolute legend of Hyrox racing. And look, the excitement, the happiness, and the celebration and the camaraderie from Lauren Weeks. That is the beauty of the sports, and you know that is not for the cameras.
No.
She knows exactly how hard the competition worked as well. And let's face it, let's be honest, Lauren Weeks being the athlete she is, I think she's excited. She doesn't like losing, but I think she's excited about the fact that she's having real racing.
Yeah, she's genuinely excited. She's genuinely happy for Linda there. We saw it when China goes for her. That's fantastic for Linda too. Really, really impressive.
Absolutely incredible racing. Greg, thank you so much. I'm going to send you down to the studio because I know Lauren is getting ready there as well. We're going to jump straight into the post show, but what an incredible race as Lucy Costa is going to be the next across the line in 5th here at the World Championship. What an insane race from the Brit as well. The rookies are showing, or the newbies in the sport, showing incredible performances. But it is the experience of Linda Meyer to take the title as the world champion, the Hyrox World Champion 2025 here in Chicago. And I don't know what she's saying, but looking at her face, it is still slight disbelief that we're seeing. Wow. Everybody out on the screens, this is the moment for you to take a breather. You know, send me a message on social. If you honestly had Linda Meyer picked as the world champion for this race, kudos to you guys. I'll buy you a beer next time I see you, because not a lot of people would have seen this outcome here. And 3rd place for Lauren Weeks from the United States, still staying under the 1 hour mark. We said it before, we expected this duel, that surprise race, that we have no idea who's going to take it in the men's race. We knew we were going to have a fantastic women's race, but we did not see it come the way it unfolded here. Linda Meyer displaying a completely new form of confidence and running strength, and willingness to take the lead of the race here and bring it home from the front to make her the world champion in Chicago. And look at that excitement from the other athletes as well. Jess Petro now coming across the line. Ida Matilda Stensgaard in 12th. Sika Arning in 13th. Lauren Griffith in 14th coming through. Kate Davey brought it home in 11th. Melanie Maurer from Switzerland in 10th. Coming into those wall balls. Sorry, Sika Arning, of course, not through yet. It's the way they came into the wall balls here. Melanie Maurer is going to be the next though. And then Kate Davey for sure bring as well. Ida Matilda Stensgaard, Sika Arning, and Lauren Griffith. Finishing off the race here. Quick can of water for Lauren Weeks. And we'll enjoy the finish line moves for like our ladies now. The rest of the women coming across the line as we're preparing for an exciting men's race coming up very soon as well. Ida Matilda Stensgaard, the OCR athlete from Denmark. Training with Michael Sandbach, who I am sure we're going to see race hard and strong in the Elite 50 next season again as well. He's undergone surgery this season, didn't make it to the World Championship, had to accept early in that his season is over and made the smart move to reset early, get his ducks into order here, get the surgery done. And this is the picture. On the left-hand side, you see Björn, the conditioning coach of Linda Meyer from Strong Move. To the right-hand side, Linda Meyer's mom, we mentioned it, a Hyrox age group world champion herself, who's going to race this weekend as well. Does that look like a woman who is believing what happened? I do not think it's entirely sunk in yet. Melanie Maurer coming for the congratulations. And we will get the data later, maybe even in time for Lauren and Greg to analyze it. But one of the huge differences today was the incredible consistency and speed in Linda Meyer's run that made the difference here. I believe there was literally the first and then one run in between where Lauren Weeks and Joanna Vitrick were able to make up just a little bit of time. But every other time, Linda Meyer managed to pull away after the workouts already. And that is the finish line fields here for Kate Davey, for Sinead Benz, Lucy Proctor. Pictures of your 2025 Hyrox World Champion Linda Meyer. With those beautiful pictures that we're seeing here, Lauren Weeks with her daughter up on the stage, celebrations among the athletes and the hacks for the world champion. It is time to throw back down to the studio where Lauren and Greg are ready with all the information and insights we want after this race.
Oh my gosh, Greg. I'm not sure what we just witnessed, but I think we've just lived through a little bit of history. The first German winners, it's the very first World Championships. Linda Meyer on top of the podium.
Unbelievable. Like we were saying on the live stream, we thought it was a two-horse race, and then she's shown up and put in an unbelievable performance. Over a 2-minute personal best, I think that is for her. Like, we know she's capable of incredible performances. She was an ex-world record holder in this sport, but she's not quite seen that from her so far this season. But then she has shown up tonight. Really impressive.
When you think about the season that she has had, she came in at the top of the year. She had come off the back of a broken foot. She then hit by illness and sickness, one after the other. And at one point, we weren't even sure she was going to make it to World Championships. We certainly thought she might be going to the last chance qualifier. And that latter half of the season has just brought it all back. Imagine the emotion if you were her right now to see it all come together.
Yeah, there was it looked like there was a bit of disbelief at the finish line there, but we talked about having the mindset. That she had the mindset to really take it on and take their lead early in the race, and she showed that. I think it was the run before the burpee broad jumps where she was like, no, I'm gonna go past you. I'm not just gonna sit here and rest on my laurels. And you know, she showed she won it early on.
It was a Linda Meyer full of confidence, the kind of Linda Meyer that we haven't seen since Washington, D.C., where she was kicking it up front with Megan Jacoby. Yeah. Honestly, from what you've seen tonight, we've got to be excited about the battle up front for next season.
Yeah, for sure. Like, because Lauren, Megan coming back, Joanna's only going to continue to improve because she's so young, and that Linda as well in that mix, showing she can be part of that group, and she's world champion now. So yeah. And they're never growing field behind her. People like Sinead Benn, Lucy Proctor, who've done really, really well tonight. So, yeah, it's going to be increasingly competitive in future years.
Let's delve into the sleds, because the sleds was a big decider, not just in Linda's race, but in a lot of what unfolded. That new carpet turf, what are we calling it? I mean, how big of an impact did we have? We saw how many women were pulling up on it.
Yeah, I mean, whether it was the new turf or not, I don't know, because like we talked about the consistency and durability of the new turf, but it certainly looked like some of them struggled there tonight. We knew sleds was a factor. We talked about it on the stream with Till, that between Lauren and Joanna, that's where Joanna's made up time, and that did play out. It looked like Lauren was taking a lot of breaks on the last few legs in particular, so it looked like she did struggle. But then Linda looked like she moved strongly, and then, as we've seen her several times, moved strongly on the sled pull And that's where, like, you know, she almost won the race, if you like.
Yeah, she opened up on the run straight after that. Let's delve into Joanna Wettrick, because she, at one point in the race, looked like she had it in control. Middle part of the race, as Lauren Weeks came back into things, I thought she was out of it, but the latter half of the race, she came back in a big way.
Yeah. We talked about how, like, gritty Lauren has shown herself to be in the latter half of the race, and, like, she never gives up. But Joanna showed that tonight, to be fair. Like, we thought she looked like she was struggling. The runs were becoming a little bit heavy. But later on, like, the lunges was really, really strong. She finished really strong as well. Like, her running was really good. So, yeah, she's shown, like, she's got that competitive nature.
I think we've spoken about it before, but I feel like every time we watch Joanna, we see her mature more and more of an athlete.
Yeah.
And she never let it phase her when she started to lose that gap at the front. I think it says, given how young she is, leaps and bounds of where she could go.
Yeah, for sure. Like, in the first Elite 15 major we saw her in Amsterdam, she put in a good performance, but she had some work to do on the stations. Next time we saw her, she'd done that work and she'd really improved it. And now we're seeing that competitive nature from her, and that ability to dig deep in a race when things aren't going well. So, yeah, she's shown tonight she can continue to grow, for sure.
The best thing about World Championship weekends is this moment right here, where we get to interview and hear firsthand from our world champions. And it is this woman right here, joy spread over her face at all times. Linda, oh my gosh. There's a lot of love happening here in the studio, because I'm just so thrilled to say it out loud right in front of you here. You are the 2025 Hyrox World Champion. What does this moment mean to you?
Well, that feels so unreal. I have no idea what to think about it. It's like, it's a dream that I have never dreamed of before. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I'm so overwhelmed.
I feel like this is the opportunity where you are allowed to lose your words. It was unbelievable. We've seen this confidence from you in DC last year, the ability to fight up front and hold your own, but everything you've been through with your injury and illness, to be back at the sharp end and fighting at the front in a sport that you've been a part of since, well, what, 2020, 2021. It must feel, I don't know, like it's all come together.
But I think that shows that it takes time. So you need training and training and training, and then you fall down, and then you come back, and then you fall down again, and then you come back again. And yeah, today was my day. I think everything worked well. I felt very good. I felt very strong on the runs. I felt good on the stations. I wasn't ill for the last, I think, 3-4 months. So that's a win for me.
What did you believe you were capable of before the race? Did you think like top 3? Were you thinking you could win?
Well, for me, a big win would have been top 5. That was my big goal for today, to stay in the top 5 like I did last year. A little bit I hope that it would be enough for podium, but I have never been dreaming of being a world champion, and it sounds so ridiculous to speak it out.
There was the most wonderful shot while you were racing, and it was just the camera focused on your mum in the crowd. And I know you and your mum are in this sport together. How has it brought you closer together? And I can't wait to see the interaction that you two are about to have when we let you go from here. How special is it to be doing this with family?
Well, my mom is a role model when it comes to sports. When I was a child, she always took me to the gym. She was working out, and I was staying in the children's area there. But sometimes I also went out and got some exercises with little dumbbells or something like this. And then I started with Hyrox, and my mom was like, well, I don't like running that much, but then she sees that it's a sport that I really enjoy and that makes me fitter, not just physically, but also mentally. And then I got an injury, and she was like, okay, I take your spot. It was not that she's competing in the Women's Pro, but in the Women's Open. And after that day, she was also fall in love with Hyrox. And since then, we sometimes train together. She can tell me some new exercises when it comes to strength training, and I can show her a little bit when it comes to running. So, yeah. I think we both like it, and yeah, she's racing tomorrow. I'll just, yeah, for her a little bit of a push. yeah, let's see.
Was there a moment in tonight's race where you felt like, I can win this? Was it at the sled pull you felt like?
After the burpees, actually, because the burpees are my weakest station, and I think I was in first place after the burpees, or in second. I'm not sure, but normally I lose a lot of time there, and yeah, today I felt very strong, and I was like, okay, let's push this just halfway through. Let's go through this pain and try to enjoy it as much as possible. Yeah.
I think enjoy it as much as possible. We saw you interacting with the crowd. We saw you like geeing them up with a massive smile. How did you draw strength from the, I guess, the atmosphere in here?
Well, I know that I'm racing the best when I try to have fun, because this is why I do Hyrox. I love this sport. It makes me happy to run and to do the workouts, and then having around so many people here who cheer for you makes it even better. And yeah, I try to smile like the whole race to say to me, enjoy it, Linda. It's a privilege to race here in the top 50 and for the World Championship. So yeah, it really pushes me, and I'm thanking everyone who cheered for me today. It was a very, very nice race for me today.
Nice race, a World Championship race. Now you can go and just soak this all in, and I've no doubt we'll catch you tomorrow and the day after when we get to do it all over again.
I hope I'm the World Champion tomorrow.
Well, go and enjoy this moment at least, and get a little bit of sleep if you can. Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
Greg, obviously the first German World Champions in Salendar in 2019. As we relive some of the most incredible moments of this race, and we welcome the wonderful, spectacular second place finisher Joanna Wettrick in your debut year to podium at the World Championships. Pretty special.
Yeah, it's a very, very special moment. I was just saying before, I could cry. Like, it was such a close race, and I mean, it was such a big build to get here. So, I mean, I've only started the sport about 9 months ago, so to be second place at my first World Championships is pretty surreal.
You were amazing to watch. You led from the front. Towards the middle of the race, we saw you back off a little bit. It showed a huge amount of maturity not to let that influence your race. How much do you feel you've grown within the sport, and how is it showing on track?
Yeah, definitely. Like, coming all the way back from Amsterdam, like, I didn't even know how to pace a race, and then now learning off the likes of Lauren Weeks and all the other girls in the field, it's just been incredible for me for this season, and I've really brought a lot of tactics coming through race after race and learning strategies, what would help me, and I think it showed out there. Some of my weaknesses in previous races were my strengths today, so I'm very, very happy with that performance.
That's amazing.
Did you have an aim before the race? Did you have a position in your head that you were hoping for? Was it like...
Sorry?
Prior to the race, were you hoping for, did you want a podium? Was that the aim? Did you want to win? What was the aim?
I can't hear him.
I know, it's so loud in here.
It's absolutely
so sorry. He's basically saying, when you were entering the race, what was the goal?
Look, the goal was to just keep up with the front pack. I know that Lauren's a very, very fast runner, so as you guys would have seen in Glasgow, it was just me and her running a little of our own race. So kind of wanted to do that, but really where my weaknesses lied in my previous races, capitalise them and make them my strengths today. So, and obviously stick to my strengths as well. So my ergs, yeah, my wall balls at the end. Look, I was so close there, but it was just a little bit too little too late. But yeah, coming into here, I've had 7 weeks away from home and a big build here in America. So it was just really, I wrote on my shoes today to unleash. So I really wanted to unleash and just leave it all out there, and I think I did that.
Oh my gosh, you absolutely did. And you can be so proud of your performance. This is just the beginning of what's going to be a super exciting career, and we can't wait to see you next year.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. She is spectacular. Oh my gosh. But of course, you know who else is spectacular? Lauren Weeks, taking 3rd place here this evening. And she joins us now with her #1 supporter, little Lily. Lauren, that was a big old race to fight up front with the ladies that are out there and to see it all unfold and finish on the podium. What does this experience mean to you as the start of what is a huge weekend of racing?
Yeah, it's going to be a huge weekend. I mean, it was amazing. It was a hard race, like all the way through, and I think like that was like some of the closest racing too that we've seen in terms of like the entire pack. I was in the middle of the race and I was like, oh my God, if I let my foot off of the gas for even a second, I'm gonna lose like 7 places right here. So it was crazy.
Yeah, it shows the strength of the field that's coming through.
Like there wasn't a lot of times like you'll see a big gap maybe between like 3rd and 7th. There was not a big gap today.
You're obviously a huge trailblazer in the sport. When you look around yourself, and we are here in Chicago, and we've got a huge crowd, an incredible atmosphere. I mean, it shows how far the sport's come, and for you to still be at the top end of it, what does that mean?
So my first World Championships, there were not even 25 people in the building. Like there were, because it was 2020, so like everything was shut down. It was 6 men and 6 women and less than 25 spectators. And our first lap that we went out for this one, all you could hear was just screaming, and it was like echoing off the wall. So it's like night and day difference.
We've got a lot of more racing to come, Lauren, so we'll get you and Lily to bed as soon as possible. Yeah. Thank you so much. Amazing racing. It was amazing to see you out there.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys.
So, Greg, here are our results. Our brand new world champion, Linda Meyer, Joanna Wettrick and Lauren Weeks completing the top 3. But look at that, 4th and 5th, Sinead Bent and Lucy Proctor on debut world championships. That is super exciting, not just for the UK, but for the future of the sport and how competitive this top group of women are going to be in the years going forward.
Yeah, young athletes, and then Emily Darman again behind them, only 20 years old. So there's a lot of talent coming through, young athletes that continues to grow, continue to gain experience in this sport, putting in impressive times, and they'll be closing the field on people like Linda, Joanna, Lauren, Megan when she returns. Yeah, it's really exciting to see.
Amy Bell-Blackler, after what was, or at least looked like quite a tough start, to finish 8th. That is a great result for the oldest in the field.
Yeah, it really is a great result, especially there. It looked like she was really struggling in the early stages, and I wondered if maybe an injury or fitness issue early on in the race. But yeah, to finish 8th, really impressive.
This was a spectacular start to what's a big weekend of World Championship racing. Do not go anywhere though, ladies and gentlemen, because quite frankly, we're only halfway through. So we'll be right back after this short break for all things men's Elite 15.
Don't believe me, just watch. Watch. Don't believe me, just watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chicago. The conclusion of what has been an epic season all comes down to this. On the shores of Lake Michigan, destiny is going to be decided. With the evolution of the sport, the men's field has just got deeper and deeper. And tonight, we are going to crown a world champion of the Hyrox World Series. God, I can feel it. I'm just not sure it gets more exciting than this. Strap yourselves in. It's going to be one hell of a ride. Well, as we welcome the men into the arena, let's take a look at the start list. Last year's defending champion Alexander Ronchevich is in that #1 position, but he's up against some stiff competition. Rich Ryan, James Kelly, Rylan Shadek, Jake Dearden, Tim Veenish, Dylan Scott, the North American champ. They're all going to want a piece of this. 15 men, such a deep field, and we are welcoming them straight out onto the competition floor.
Fernandez.
I'm fucking proud, man. Like, this has been such a fun training cycle, more fun than I've had in over a year. And I feel like myself. I'm just happy. I'm really, really happy.
No, there's a big target on my back. I'm still world champion for a reason, and I'm gonna keep it that way.
He's gonna have to do a world record shot to beat me tonight.
All right, let's finally do this. Make some noise, Chicago! These men are gonna go to war. It's do or die. It's the World Championships of 2025. Who will be crowned the champion? We're gonna find out. Here we go. From España, Helio Menendez. From Australia, John Witt. The Flying Scotsman, Graham Halliday! From New Zealand, Bo Wills! From USA, the Sheriff, Hunter McIntyre. From the Netherlands, Hida Versma. And from Germany, Tim Veenish. From the USA, it's Dylan Scott. And we got Tom Rogers from Australia. From the Czech Republic is Thomas Tadevik. Yo, from the USA, give it up for Rylan Shadeh. From the UK, it's your boy, Jake Didden. From the USA, it's Rich Ryan. Here we go. From Australia, J.K. James Kelly. And your reigning world champion from Austria, Alex Rankovic.
What a stacked field we're going to see here in the men's race now. I'm not going to lie, Greg, I don't know how you're doing, but I'm still recovering from that women's race. That was just pure madness.
Yeah, incredibly excited. It's hard to believe we're only halfway through.
And you know, we were talking about those duels in the women's race, but you look at that, the head-to-head here, James Kelly, Alex Rankovic. You know, 3:44, that's just like the comparison skier, sled pull, sled push and everything. It is so hard to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Alex has the edge on the stations, especially in the early stages of the race. And it's James Kelly's running that I really feel has like differentiated him so far this year. How he looks running, coming out the stations, and then and throughout the rest of the run really is where he's come into his own. So yeah, different athletes in some ways. Like Alex definitely has the edge on the stations.
Well, you know, we had a lot of predictions for the women's race, and then everything came differently. We saw the duel between Lauren Weeks and Joanna Vittrick. We just didn't see it for first. We saw it for second place from the second half of the race onwards. And, you know, Hunter McIntyre in the middle. Next to him, the man he calls Tiny Tim. And I think he calls him that because he knows he's a real threat here. Tim Vanish, who struggled so hard the last 2 years with problems before the World Championships. This is the head-to-head. Run average is going to Tim Vanish. He's got to go out like a madman here. There's no doubt. Wallball's going to Tim Vanish. This is going to be a fourth and back as well. And it's all coming down to, well, I don't know what it's coming down to. Who had the stronger mental game before the race? I don't know what's really going to make the difference here.
You say Tim's going to go out like a madman. I think there's going to be a lot of guys that are going to go out like a madman today.
Oh, completely. And it's just, you know, you look at JK there. He looks a little more serious compared to everybody else out there. He has looked like that, you know, in the last couple of days. But he has put everything into this World Championship. The man with the blue, the feet map, and we're just seconds away from the start. In the final 10 seconds, we're counting down, everybody. Enjoy the ride. Once again, take your seat, stand up, grab your popcorn. Let's have a party. Here we go, the start to the Hyrox World Championship 2025 for lead 15 men's race. And the man they call Tiny Tim going out hard with J.K. James Kelly, Alex Rankovic, the reigning world champion, Hunter McIntyre right there in the mix as well. And they're gonna go out absolutely crazy. And I'll tell you right now, Hunter McIntyre is gonna do whatever he can, including putting elbows and shoulders out to get into workout number 1 ahead of J.K.
That's where Hunter in the past, when he's won races, because he's opened up the gap in the very, very early stages of the race. We know like he's incredibly strong on the ski. We know he can be good on the push and the pull. Like he needs to get that gap. And when he hasn't had that gap in the early stages, that's when he's not won. So he's going to want to push it early doors.
And even more important than ever before, I tell you right now, is going to be the mental component in this race. I think we're going to start seeing more and more mental games, you know, trying to freak out the competition and everything, more than we have ever before.
So there's Hunter, there's Tim, there's JK there and Alex behind them, and that's Rich Ryan in 5th. Rich is going out quite hot here. Rich, typically, you know, he might not see him in this early pack. He is one of the stronger runners in this field, but he doesn't necessarily go out as hot as some of the others do. But he's doing so tonight.
Tim Venus, Hunter McIntyre. And you see, that's exactly what I mean. It's like nobody is willing to get off that inside line. Everybody wants to be in that inside line. Little bit of trouble there between Tim Venus and Hunter McIntyre and Alex Ronkovic. So somehow some people have written him off.
Yeah.
Because he was talking about the Grand Slam. He lost that basically in Hong Kong already. Not basically, he lost it in Hong Kong already. And then he realized this is not my season, and he took this long, long break. He disappeared from major number 3 and 4. You know, we did not see him in Glasgow. And he said in the lead up, like, I had this amazing training block. I had all this time to focus on the World Championship, and I have no doubt it's going to show today.
Yeah, and I think people were counting out Alex. Like, he's been a podium at every World Championship in Hyrox. Like, he's the most consistently high performer in this sport. He's the world champion, and people were writing him off because he didn't win in Hong Kong. But that's, I think that could be a mistake. He showed up in Cologne recently, put a very impressive time down, won the European Championships at the open weights. So he's still had a solid few months, and yeah, by the sounds of it, he's had a really great training block behind him as well.
Switching forth and back in this first run. Everybody wants to be the first into the first workout. Rich Ryan coming through here as well. The quiet man. Look at that. Tim Venus he thinks Hunter McIntyre isn't fast enough in the hunt for JK here. He doesn't want to lose a single second. Rich Ryan coming in as well. Alex Ronkovic. Just repeat those names. Tim Venus, James Kelly, Hunter McIntyre, Rich Ryan, Alex Ronkovic. This is the best of the best you could possibly have in the lead of a race.
Yeah, it is. And they're names we've seen in the past, but now they've established themselves as names that could all win this race. It's like it's so close between them now.
You know that something's up when Pelayo Menendez-Fernandez is coming into the workout as number 8 on the run. Then you know something's happening in this race here right now. That's when you know they're going wild. Hida Versma, the Dutchman, even ahead of Pelayo coming in. Thomas Turdik.
All right, your top 3 athletes.
Hunt's there with quite a high stroke rate on that ski. It looks like he's really looking to move through this.
Very interesting. If you compare like just the different styles, you look at JK on the right-hand side, and then Rich Ryan on the left, who's like very short movement in comparison. Hunter McIntyre just going through the cadence here. It doesn't make him a lot faster. He's managed to put 2 meters into Tim Venus in those first roughly 400 meters now, so he's making up a little bit of time there. He's got the faster split at 1:39 on this skier. Ladies and gents, if you have never been on a skier, find one and try pushing that pace, let alone for a kilometer.
And then try and do the remainder of a Hyrox afterwards as well.
That is basically how my Hyrox races go. I've got a fantastic first kilometer, then I do the ski erg, and my race is over.
So I spoke to James Kelly's coach, Anthony Pericini, about a week ago, and he said keep an eye on James's pace on the ski. Typically would ski a 147, I think it was. He said if he said he's going to try and go for a 144 if he's feeling good, but if he doesn't, he'll back off to a 147. So it's not like he's feeling that great at the moment that he can ski a 144. He's obviously not feeling so good. He feels confident enough to do that in these early stages.
Well, in front of the home crowds, I can tell you that the sheriff, Hunter McIntyre, in those very understated purple shorts, has taken the virtual lead at the ski erg. At 750 meters, he is now a couple of strokes ahead of Tim Veenish. And JK losing just a little bit of ground. He's going to have some work cut out for him. Interestingly enough, Alex Ronkovic also losing a little bit of space here, a little bit of time right now on the competition. Thomas Twerdik doing real well as well. But look at how close this race is right now. There's 70 meters roughly between first and 10th at the moment at the ski erg. That is absolutely nothing. And
Hunter is really moving through the ski here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Looking over to the competition, how they're doing. And that's one of those skill sets for Hunter McIntyre. Look, he's putting some extra effort in there. He wants those extra meters now. Now that he saw that he's ahead of him. Final strokes, and out he goes. And to do that, I mean, the heart rate he's just gone through, the way he pushed that up and then straight out to that run. Tim Veenish is next. Here goes JK. And this is something we're going to see throughout the entire race. There's something we've seen in Glasgow as well. JK is like a race car going into the workouts. You will literally see him almost fly out off the turn because he's not willing to slow down for a turn that's in his way.
Yeah, absolutely. And we wouldn't have expected JK necessarily to come out first, though, the ski. Certainly one of the favourites for this race. We wouldn't have, really seen him come out of the ski first, typically, especially when someone like Hunter is in the race. It's from now on that he starts to try and claw back that time.
I think the sentence I've said the most often throughout the last week when talking to people and who they think is the race favorite that I said was never write off Hunter McIntyre. Don't do it. You'd be at fault. Hunter McIntyre, 340 ski erg, 4 seconds faster than Tim Veenish, 10 seconds faster than JK. What do you do now, Greg, in the situation of Tim Veenish? Do you go a little bit overboard and try to close the gap to make a statement?
Some of it comes down to, in this race, like what do you want? Are you gonna push all your chips in to try and win the race, or are you happy with a podium? That's the question someone like Tim needs to be asking themselves right now. If you want to win it, I think you need to stay on Hunter's tails in these early stages. If not, you can just settle, or maybe just settle for a second spot and keep an eye on behind you. Depends what you want out of it.
I mean, to be honest, like if you're in Tim Veenish's situation, and you've just seen Linda Meyer as a German, as a countrywoman, take the world champion title. A woman nobody really had on the radar for the win. A lot of folks for the podium, but not for the win. Like, you got to start believing.
I think if you want to win this race tonight, you have to be willing to bet it all to win it. Like, be willing to finish last as a result.
Oh, absolutely. There is no doubt in my mind at all. And he's laser focused right now, Tim Veenish. I mean, he's here for redemption, you know. It's like he missed 2 world championships in a row, and partially to his own fault. You got to be honest about that. He has a tendency to push a little bit too hard at times, and I think that was part of what happened before those world championships. So he's here now. It's a little bit of a redemption race for him as well. And I'm really hoping that he's willing to just go like, all right, Hunter's right there. I'm going to risk it all. Because if those two can work together well now, that means trouble for the man behind, for JK and Alex Ronkovic.
If we compare Hunter and Alex Ronkovic, if I think back to Nice last year, I think Alex knew, he knew he had to stay with Hunter in the early stages of the race, and he just wouldn't let him go. And he worked with Sandy, Michael Sandbach at the time, to help to do that. But there's a gap here already between the two of them, and Alex won't like that.
Oh, not at all, not at all. I mean, like, you know, every time I look at Alex Rankovic, it's like, don't tell me swimmers can't run. You know, that's his background, and what an athlete he's become here. But look at that forth and back between JK and Alex Rankovic. They've switched positions on that run, like just constantly. Everybody is trying to squeeze out just a little more. And here they come in. Hunter McIntyre is in the lead. Tim Vinish is in the hunt. And let's see how the sled push unfolds. We've seen it in the women's race that they went out like crazy. And Alex Rankovic, he likes that sled push, you know. He's put those videos out there where he went up to, what was it, 600 kilos or something. You know?
Hunter taking his first break there. He moved through the first length really, really well. Similarly to how Lauren Weeks and Joan Wetrick did in the women's race, but he's taking a break there, and Tim's taking a break too.
And synchronized push in there from Rankovic and JK, but Rankovic just a little more speed here. So the question is, does either of them have to take a break or not? Can they push through or not? Looks a little bit like right now, like they're both gonna go through. That's right. Hunter McIntyre, here we go. He is doing his thing. He's taking the breaks when he needs to. He's such an experienced athlete, you know, and Greg, you can confirm that. You race yourself. It's easy to think in that situation that we're seeing there, hey, Hunter, that was 3 more meters. Why didn't you push through? There is a reason for that.
Yeah, the reason for that is that it's a very long race and you need to preserve your legs. It really does make sense to take little pauses. Now, obviously, you don't want to take too much because it costs time, but those little pauses can make a huge, huge difference to how you feel for the rest of the race. But just keep an eye on Rich Ryan there. He's on the screen. I think he's made up a lot of time against some of the guys ahead of him in this field.
Oh yeah, he moved up basically parallel to Alex Rankovic. Alex going into that next push a little before him, but Rich Ryan, if he keeps it up, what we just saw, and he does, there you go. Now he's moving past Alex Rankovic. He's looking over. That's the additional motivation there. Needs his little rest there. Now Alex Rankovic pushing back again. Tim Vinish now out in the hunt for Hunter McIntyre. But the Sheriff, the former world champion, is on a mission in front of the home crowds here. You never write off the Sheriff as Rich Ryan is going out now. Alex Rankovic right behind him. And there goes JK. And we've seen Rich Ryan race in Glasgow. And we've heard the rumors of how he trained in between and how laser focused he was. And he's got this advantage of being this quiet person that he just kind of flies under the radar. But he is a serious contender today.
Yeah, he is. He's had a really, really strong season. Like, he didn't perform in Nice last year like how he'd want to. But he's always believed he's capable of being towards the top of this field, and he's put in times since to show that he's capable of that. I think I'm right in saying his personal best, or one of his fastest times, is in this venue in Chicago. Great time he put down there, one of the fastest that we've seen. Another great performance in Glasgow to claim his spot for here tonight. And yeah, I think he believes he can be in the mix tonight.
Only asking to go under 2 minutes for the sled push. You see it at the bottom there in the green. And then in the white, Hunter McIntyre, that's your leader. He's gone out 2:01 for the sled push. He put another 14 seconds into Tim Vinish, bringing the overall gap coming out of the ruck zone to 16 seconds. Rich Ryan, 28 down. Alex Rankovic, 31. James Kelly, 39. Dylan Scott. Now, there is a man we need to watch as well. He had a bit of a slowish start in the first workout, but Dylan Scott, the hybrid raccoon, is this athlete with this incredible potential. We've seen him race, you know, like last season in Washington when he basically dominated every single race that he entered, and he just couldn't get enough. But he struggles when he goes overseas. But he's on home soil today. What do you think is in store for Dylan Scott today?
We'll see. He's certainly, like you say, he's performed better on home soil. When you know, in Washington DC, like you said, when he won in Las Vegas, the Las Vegas Major, he beat Hunter that day. So yeah, on home soil, he's put in some incredibly impressive performances, and I think he was excited that the World Championships were in Chicago for that reason. So yeah, he can certainly be up there tonight.
Just purely looking at the pictures that we're seeing from the run, This is pure speculation, but I want to say that Hunter is pushing a little harder at the limit. Tim Vinish is looking a little more fluid on the run. His breath looks a little more controlled. There's no grit in his teeth, as we're seeing with Hunter right now. You know, and we've seen a few races from Hunter throughout the season where it looked like he went out a little bit too hard, and he paid for it in the later stages of the race. I hope that's not what's happening here today. He's definitely got a solid sizable gap now on Tim Vinish. King Alex, the reigning world champion. He's still going to be the world champion for a little bit longer. The question is, can he retake the crown? Can he defend it or not? As Hunter McIntyre is coming into workout number 3. It is time for the sled pull. I believe a workout that Tim Vinish quite enjoys.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, Hunter calls him Tiny Tim, and maybe you think like someone supposedly tiny wouldn't be so good on the sleds, but Tim is good on the sleds. He's good on the ergs. Like he can make some time here today.
You see, and that's the thing. If you listen to Hunter McIntyre in an interview or in a talk, when you call Tim Vinish Tiny Tim once, you know, you might be joking about him a little bit. If you call him Tiny Tim 3 or 4 times in the same interview, I believe it's a sign of respect.
Yeah.
Plus Hunter being Hunter and knowing how the mental games work. That's the other thing.
Hunter has moved that first length very, very quickly, though, I must say.
Oh, moving well through that sled pull. Alex Ronkovic definitely, again, with a very strong run here. Oh, and it's just like you gotta enjoy the way Alex pulls that sled. Look at that movement. Like, it's just so fluid to the back. Arm straight forward. That's what he teaches people in his training videos. You know, you never let the tension off the rope. You always try to keep it up. Hunter McIntyre. But let's see how the movers are doing behind Rich Ryan, again doing his thing. Look at that.
I think Rich Ryan's just had a warning on the sled pull, so he needs to be careful. I think maybe he stepped out the back of the box, but it looks like he got a yellow card warning there.
All right, so Rich Ryan on the right-hand side, 3rd athlete you're seeing there right now, 4th athlete actually. Hunter McIntyre is already back on the other side. And that's the thing, like, especially with a workout like that, so you're not allowed to step on the line in the front or the back. Once you got that first warning, you might just get a little more careful, because the penalty here is brutal.
Yeah, it's very costly. That inch that you might save is just not worth it. I think it's a 5-meter penalty that you get if you get that second warning.
Yeah, 5-meter penalty. You don't want to risk that. That's for sure. But you know, if you look at Hunter McIntyre, Tim Vinish now moving real well. Alex Ronkovic through now as well, so he stays in 3rd. Rich Ryan has gone past James Kelly on the sled pull. And Hunter McIntyre into his final lane. How big is the lead that he's going to have on Tim Vinish? Going out, Tim Vinish with a slightly faster run towards the sled pull. So he brought the gap from 16 seconds down to 13. He's got 3 lanes down now. So you see down in the graphics, you see whatever lights up as white bars. That's how many lanes they've done already. The gray ones are the ones that are left to be done. And Rich Ryan has now moved past Alex Ronkovic as well. He's moved himself properly into 3rd position up there.
I think Tim's pulled back a bit of time on Hunter on this sled pull as well.
Yeah, I would think so. That should, if he can move the sled well now, he's got 2 more pulls. If he does it right, Hunter is done. Oh, I hope that was clean. For a second there, it looked a little bit like the judges were shouting at Hunter, but it looks like the sled is clean from here. It looks all good. Hunter McIntyre back out on the track. Tim Vinish, he was 13 seconds coming into the workout. We're going to get the split soon, but Rich Ryan is probably going to be next one. It's likely, and here we go. He is done. What a sled pull from Rich Ryan. Running to the left of the screen there, taking the gloves off, and off he goes back out onto that run. And again, That means for Alex Ronkovic. And then Dylan Scott. Look at that sled pull from Dylan Scott, if I'm seeing that right. Here we go, the hybrid raccoon is making moves. Now Alex Ronkovic going out as well. Hidde Versma seems to have gone out. Yes, with Alex Ronkovic, so Hidde Versma with the Dutch flag behind the world champion in the Red Bull cap. But what a move from Dylan Scott.
Yeah, really impressive move from Dylan Scott, and you don't necessarily think of the sleds as his strong point. You don't necessarily think of the sled pull as the place where he makes his moves. He's sitting in full spot at the moment. That's solid for him.
Oh, but we're seeing drama on the screen. James Kelly, the man that many packed for the favorite for the world champion title. He is losing brutal time, and I want to say he lost the world title right here, right now.
Yeah, he looked like he was really struggling on some of those pulls. Like similarly to what we saw Lauren Weeks look like she was struggling towards the end of the sled pull as well, actually. But yeah, he's lost a decent chunk of time there against some really strong athletes.
James Kelly, JK, coming out of the sled pull in, I believe, in the 13th position. He's going to be 12th out of the rock zone, but a minute and a half down on this man here, on Hunter McIntyre. Taking a close look here that he's not overstepping. Boy, oh boy, what just happened with JK?
I don't know. It looked like he was struggling with it quite early on. Even coming into the pull, he didn't look like he wasn't in a great position. And I'm just looking down at the sled pull now. It looks like Jake Dearden's really struggling. He's maybe going to be pulling out of the race.
Jake Dearden struggling hard. Hunter McIntyre doing Hunter McIntyre things. Tim Venus trying to claw back more time. He was 11 seconds down going out of the workout.
Yeah, there's Jake Dearden on the screen.
Oh, Jake Dearden out of the race. Here we go, fist pump. At the end for Jake Dearden. And in the meanwhile, Tim Venus, hand stop, brought the gap down to Hunter McIntyre to 8 seconds now. Again, running faster than Hunter McIntyre, coming from behind. And it looks like Jake Dearden is out with a calf injury. So early drama in the race here. Jake Dearden out of the race with an injury. JK, the man who many packed as the #1 favorite to take the title here in Chicago. He is a minute and a half down on the leaders with some serious struggles on the sled pull. And Hunter McIntyre, your leader, is on the way towards workout number 4.
Big station, because this isn't always Hunter's strongest point.
And a big workout, a big run here from Tim Venus. And you're right, this isn't always a station. This is what we've seen at the last race in Washington. The race that Dylan Scott won. It was the burpees where Dylan Scott in the second half of the burpees made his move. So it'll be interesting to see. He's very strong going into the burpees, but then again, I don't know if you saw the video, but he went ballistic on his burpee training in the lead up to this World Championship, and he very strongly believes that he is on a very different burpee level than he's been before, and right now, he looks very fluid and smooth.
Yeah, he does. He moved through that very quickly. You're right, like, it was Las Vegas, not Washington, where
Yellow
he
card
lost
for him,
time
though.
to,
Yellow card,
to Dylan.
sorry to jump in, for Hunter McIntyre. We were just able to see that on the screen there, so he needs to be careful now as well, because Tim Venus is not too far back. But this is what you got to love about Hunter McIntyre, right? He's this showman who looks like he's just drinking beer, and he's doing like 90-kilometer runs for fun because a friend convinced him to do it. But his head is in the place where it needs to be when he's coming out to the big races.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's done this time and time again. He knows how to prepare for a race. I think he learned a lot from last season. I think he overcooked it a little bit last year, overtrained, and like he felt repercussions of that coming into the race. So he's learned, and Looks like he's paying dividends at the moment.
Oh, definitely. He's actually opening the gap on Tim Venus, and he's doing so significantly. This is way over the roughly 3 seconds they had when they were coming in. And Tim Venus starting to move just a little bit slower at his burpees there. And Dylan Scott, this is the man. So in third there, Dylan Scott, that's the man who beat Hunter McIntyre. Oh, judges, look at that. Judges, they got the red card at hand for Hunter McIntyre. Hunter McIntyre pushing it to the limit here when it comes to the rules. He's risking everything at the burpees here. His head judge, she is ready with the red card. Oh, keep it clean, Hunter. Come on, boy. Yeah, he's gonna bring it solidly to the ends here. Tim Venus is behind. Dylan Scott is making his moves. Alex Ronkovic with Rich Ryan now. Again, just about one burpee behind. And here we go. Hunter McIntyre. You know, just for entertainment purposes, he's threatening us with a penalty. But he doesn't get it. And here we go, Tim Venus. Now it's on him. He lost a few more seconds, not too much, but now it's on him on that run to try and catch Hunter McIntyre. Okay, this is a serious gap they're opening now on the competition. Tim Venus, Hunter McIntyre. The only one who's sort of kinder staying with him right now is Dylan Scott, who came in only 3 seconds ahead of Rich Ryan and 6 seconds ahead of Alex Ronkovic, but he is moving fast right now. Here goes last burpee out onto the track in third, Dylan Scott. And in the orange and the bright orange shoes in the middle of the field here, that is Hidde Versma, the young Dutchman.
Yeah, strong performance from him so far tonight. Only got his spot at the last chance qualifier, second place finish there, and he did look strong that night. And he looked strong in a few doubles races that we've seen him, like especially on his running. But yeah, he's in a good position tonight. I think he'd be happy with where he is.
There he goes, going out behind the reigning world champion, behind Alex Ronkovic, and just ahead of Rich Ryan. You gotta love Rich Ryan's running style. It's like, it reminds me so much of Orr's dressage. It's very elegant, yeah, I want to say.
One of the stronger runners in this field, I think, is, you know, his 5K time is around the 15:30 mark, maybe a little bit quicker than that. So it's certainly one of the stronger runners in this field.
Slow motion here off Hunter McIntyre, and then Dylan Scott. It's that flight and that fast, quick movement that we're seeing there. He's barely landed and his feet are going back already. He's got that movement properly dialed in. A little bit of a breather there from Rich Ryan on the floor.
One name just to keep an eye on. I think Bo Wills is 8th coming out of that burpee broad jump, but and he's like 1 minute 39 behind Hunter. But the back half of his race is so strong.
And every single time, it's literally like, you know, Bo Wills is coming, and there's nothing you can do against it.
Yeah.
You know, the second half, that's it. But Tim Venus, he's up on the shoulder of Hunter McIntyre, and he's going to try to go straight through now. That is the overtake that just happened a moment ago with Hunter McIntyre now having to dig deep to stay with Tim Venus. What a race we're seeing here in the men's as well. And these are the live pictures. Here is Hunter McIntyre in the picture. He is, I believe, running in second now with Tim Venus ahead of him. And Alex Ronkovic, the world champion, is going to get lapped on the run in a moment by Tim Venus and Hunter McIntyre. And Greg, but right now, Hunter McIntyre needs to dig deeper than he would have on his own. Is this potentially going to cost him in the second half of the race?
It certainly could do, and it looked like it. I mean, he pushed really hard on the ski, pushed hard on that sled push. He really pushed to his limit, I think, on the burpee broad jumps. Like, he moved through those very fast, and let's see how much it's cost him. It looked like it's maybe cost him a little bit on that run.
Oh, and this is going to be so painful for Alex Ronkovic to see Tim Venish and Hunter McIntyre turn into the workout station and himself as the reigning world champion being an entire lap behind on the run. Tim Venish first into workout number 5, the row. We're halfway through the race here in the men's, well, halfway plus an extra run. And Tim Venish, and now it's all coming down to being smooth, being clean, and then putting the work in. So you got to be strapped in first before you're allowed to start pulling. And a quick work from our man down on the floor, Faisal. Words of motivation and encouragement. All right. And here comes Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott, one of those athletes who's just, like every extra hater that's out there, gives him extra fire.
Yeah. And I think he secretly knows that, you know. I think he likes having that little bit of fire. I think he almost looks for that in some ways, because I think he knows it spurs him on a little bit.
He's just really kind and nice and polite athlete, but I think there's a reason why he doesn't bother arguing in public or something. If he comes across as a little bit arrogant or something, I think it's just something that just fuels him. Absolutely.
These three here are all really, really strong on the row. Like I said, 143 that Tim's pulling now. That's a really great pace. And like Dylan, like if you follow any of Dylan's training, he puts in a huge amount of training volume every week, and a large percentage of that is typically on the row as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But again, what a race that we're seeing here, you know, not necessarily what we predicted. We definitely had Tim Venish on the radar for a podium, there is no doubt. But I think most people were thinking we're going to see that duel, definitely with JK in the front, and then was the question, like, who's gonna go in for the infight? You know, Hunter McIntyre, Rich Ryer, Tim Venish, who's it gonna be? Dylan Scott. But right now, Dylan Scott going to 143, 144 on that road. Tim Venish 145. Just centimeter by centimeter, he's opening the gap a little more on Hunter McIntyre, and that's going to be a tough one for Hunter then coming up, because Tim is already the stronger runner. We've seen the graphics before. In average, Tim always runs faster at the races than Hunter McIntyre does, and Hunter will have to risk so much and dig so deep after this row to make sure he can scare Tim a little more. But look, theoretically, what's your take on wall balls between those three in the lead?
Between those three, I'm not sure any of them have actually gone unbroken in a race before. I don't think we've seen that. I think personally, I've always felt that Hunter has that capability if he really, really has to. If he's in a real battle at the end of a race, I think he maybe could do unbroken wall balls. And I saw recently done 100 wall balls with a 30-pound ball. So I know he's been working on it a lot. He knows, like, maybe he will have to go unbroken in this race if he wants to win it. So I think my bet would be Hunter has the edge over the other two in a wall ball off at this stage of the race. Just to pick up on Rylan Steg there, who recently came into the row, it sounded like he ran a lap too little, came in, but then corrected himself, so went back out and done the extra lap, so he won't get the penalty for it because he corrected himself.
All right, Tim Venish out onto the run. Hunter McIntyre is now the man who's actually hunting. The hunter is hunting Tim Venish. Dylan Scott still about 190 meters left on that road. And then a huge gap to Alex Ronkovic. Hit it there, spot. Rich Ryan, Johnny Wynn, Bo Wills, who's got this incredibly strong second half. And JK, he's not giving up the fight here, sitting at 9th right now, but it's not going to be his day.
No, it's not going to be his day. I think, you know, he was a lot of people's favourite for tonight, but very, very quickly it looked like his race unravelled. He lost time at the sled push and a lot of time at the sled pull, and no, it certainly doesn't look like it's going to be his day.
Well, it's back to the drawing board for JK after that, and without a doubt, he will, as Dylan Scott is on his way now out onto the run. Workout number 5 down the row is done. He is coming out in third with 170 meters ahead of Alex Ronkovic, and Hidde Versma with the strongest row right now. But look at that row. Look at how clean the technique is. You compare that even to Alex next to him, or what we've seen from Tim. I mean, Tim, kudos to how fast he goes. He really proves you don't need to look pretty on the road to be fast, but very, I want to say, unique technique that we've seen here. Hidde Versma, he does a textbook style here, the tall man from the Netherlands, and he moves himself ahead of Alex Ronkovic into 5th place now. Into 4th place now. Alex Ronkovic into 5th, and I'm pretty sure you will agree, if we would have told Hidde Versma before the race that he could potentially be 4th or 5th in the race at the World Championship here, he would have said, yes, I'll take it.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing, like we were just talking about, how the top 3 guys will do on the wall balls. Wall balls certainly isn't Hidde's strongest point. We saw him in doubles in Paris lose a bit of time there on the wall balls. There, he did do pretty solidly in Barcelona on that, to be fair to him, but he certainly wouldn't call it his strongest station.
15 seconds now, the gap of Hunter McIntyre on Tim Venus. And Hidde Versma just coming through as well. He actually looks a lot smoother on the run now than Alex Ronkovic does, who's coming through now. And look at Rich Ryan. He is still looking smooth. He's still looking fast. And then Johnny Wynn, next one. What a race for the man who almost missed qualification for the World Championship and is now showing this beautiful display. And JK, he is back into the fight. Look at that, going past Bo Wills. Tom Rogers coming through right behind him as well. I'll respect JK for that, you know, not giving up for a second there after this horrific sled pull that we've seen.
Yeah, he's not giving up at all. He's not giving up at all. And give a shout out there to John Wynn in 7th spot. That's a really solid position for him at the moment. Like he qualified for this race in 3rd at the last chance qualifier in Barcelona, sitting in 7th at the moment. That's a solid position for him, and he can do the wall balls unbroken as well.
And we're going into the Farmers Carry. Tim Venus first, off he goes. Quick look around the shoulder there. You said it, it's a little bit of a new setup here, so even though they had a long walk through and everything today actually, I think it's so new for a second there. You just double checking that you're doing everything right. And Hunter McIntyre now coming from behind. He's going to try to do whatever he can to just get a little bit of time back on Tim Venus. They got to do almost 2 entire laps. So 1 full lap and then a 3/4 lap before they drop the kettlebells again and head back out onto the run.
If you remember back in Nice at the World Championships last year in Nice, the farmers' carriers where the first sign of the cracks in Hunter's race started to appear. He put the kettlebells down, but first time I'd ever seen him put the kettlebells down in the farmer's carry. Can he do them unbroken today? Is this going to be a sign that he's in a better spot than he was in these last year?
Oh, his arms are hurting. There's no doubt. He puts him down. He puts him down for the first time. You just saw that pull-up, the proof that it's tight. That was just 2 or 3 seconds, but they were down. But Tim Venus, he's struggling now. I'm not sure he's going to be able to go through. No, he drops him as well. 1 drop for Tim Venus, 1 for Hunter. Sec 2 now for Hunter McIntyre. And here goes Dylan Scott now into as well. And now Tim Venus, he is struggling down on the grid. So is Hunter McIntyre. Dylan Scott, he's 1 lap behind though. And Tim Venus, they are going to the limit. Tim Venus is out. Hunter McIntyre dropping them for a 4th time. Is this the opportunity for Dylan Scott to make up some ground here as well? Hunter McIntyre, he drops him again. Hunter McIntyre for the 5th time.
I've got to say, in the women's race we saw it as well, like more of them breaking than we've ever seen in the past, and it's happened again so far on the men's side.
Wow. It's literally the only thing I got left to say right now is wow. lost for words. Tim Venus actually managing to put another 5 seconds into Hunter McIntyre. And here we go, Rich Ryan moving again. Oh, but look at JK. He's almost back up now with Alex Ronkovic and Rich Ryan.
So that was 20-second gap that Tim Venus had over Hunter McIntyre, leaving the farmer's carry.
Dylan Scott now coming out. Tim Venus just coming past the commentary booth here. Still looking really strong, looking really good. And an obvious, like, bigger gap now that Hunter McIntyre can see as well. Especially Hunter is not running all that well after the farmer's carry. The gap seems to be over 15, 16, 17 seconds now. All right, we're going to try to count him here. Oh, and Rich Ryan struggling with his hands. He's just trying to actually dry them off on the turf. Real struggle there with the farmer's carry suddenly for Rich Ryan, who moved so well. Alex Ronkovic is out. Right behind him, Johnny Wynn. JK is there. Rogers is there as well. Here comes Bo Wills. These are the chasers. This is the duel for the positions behind.
Rich Ryan there on the screen, looking like he's moving really well still on the runs. So just looking up how Tim's wall balls were in the last couple of races. He's done a 3:55 on the wall balls in the last couple of races. So still a strong performer on the wall balls. Doesn't lose a lot of time, but there is time to be made up there. If you can do unbroken, you might do maybe 3:25-ish. 3:55 could he might need a bit of gap over Hunter if Hunter can pull out an unbroken wall ball.
Oh, and they're so at the limit, so much confusion. Tim Venus just now totally uncertain. Here we see in the slow motion of Hunter McIntyre, but the drama is out on the track. Tim Venus uncertain if he ran enough laps or not. Went in to make sure to run. Hunter McIntyre arguing, gesturing, almost trying to get into the in-arch, uncertain. So they are at the limit. Right now, all the blood is moving down to the extremities where it's needed right now. And even counting laps is getting real difficult at this level of racing right now. But we see in that drama, look at the problems that Hunter McIntyre was having here at the farmer's carry. Tim Venus, here we go. Time for him to head into the workout. It is time for his second last workout. It is time for the sandbag lunges. Will we see a double world champion title event here for Germany or not? That is the big question. This race is way too close to call at this stage, and the boys have been going absolutely at the limit. With Tim Venus going through the lunges here, through the first steps already, with Hunter McIntyre just coming into the in-arch now, still having to run through the rock zone all the way to the sandbag lunges. A sizable lead right now for Tim Venus.
It's a sizable lead, and he is looking pretty composed with it as well. And he's strong on the runs, he looks relaxed, he's moving through the early stages of these lunges really well. Doesn't look like he's struggling.
And here we go, Dylan Scott is going to be the next one. He looks very solid right now for third place, Dylan Scott. Looking at the gap that he has on the chasers from behind into the rock zone now as well. Here he comes, Dylan Scott in third, ready for workout number 7, his second last workout for the Elite 15 men's race here at the 2025 Hyrox World Championship in Chicago. But he is 2 lunge lanes behind Tim Venus. And Hunter McIntyre trying to do whatever he can. Little bit of struggle there for Tim Venus now. Hunter McIntyre's got to find some magic here to lunge it back up to Tim Venus. But this is something we've seen before with Tim Venus. You see him wobble a little bit. He has a tendency to suffer in the second half of those sandbag lunges. And you see the legs, the muscles, everything is at the absolute limit. He's got to push through one more lap. And Hunter McIntyre, to me it looks right now like he is making up a little bit of ground on Tim Venus in the lead. This race is far from over. This race is far from decided. As the boys are going to the absolute limit on their way to workout number 8. Hunter McIntyre turning around, Hyrox with a fantastic race here in Chicago today as well. Dylan Scott in a solid third right now. 38 seconds ahead of Hyrox. JK now 2:01. Unbelievable how JK moved himself back into 5th overall. And if you look at the overall time lost, he would be right there with Hunter McIntyre if it wasn't for that sled pull. And Tim Venus, here we go. Into the last lap, he actually managed to keep the gap to Hunter McIntyre fairly consistent. 30 seconds going into this workout, more or less one lane at the lunges. He drops the back and here he goes. Tim Venus is heading into the final run on the way towards the wall balls. As your leader, he has the opportunity now here to write history after Lindemeyer from Germany has taken the title for the women just about an hour and a half ago. He has the chance to make it 2 individual titles for Germany, but he's got a hold of no other than the Sheriff, Hunter McIntyre, and the hybrid raccoon, Dylan Scott.
I think there's still around 30 seconds gap that Tim had over Hunter leaving the lunges.
In 30 seconds is a lot going into the wall balls. If you look at it, if you look at the times they're throwing there, 30 seconds that's 2 sizable breaks and roughly 7 to 10 no reps.
I think Hunter has to go unbroken if he wants to win this.
And look at that, Dylan Scott, he's out now as well. He might actually manage to bring that gap on Hunter down a little bit. This is coming down to the very simple matter of mind over body. Who can go to the absolute limit now without overdoing it, without collapsing? That is the big question. Our leading man here at the World Championship are on the way to the wall balls. And your leader, that is no other than Tim Venus, the man who missed the last 2 World Championships. He came back here to Chicago. He made sure he was fit, he was ready. And he is going to be the first man into the wall balls not long from now. Going past the grandstands there on the other side.
The German team captain for the relay tomorrow night as well. Lindemeyer's in that team, so it's looking good for the Germans tomorrow.
Oh, and they kept the gap absolutely consistent. Look at that. They kept it at exactly 30 seconds for Hunter McIntyre and 1:04 for Dylan Scott as we're looking at the replay of Tim Venus again.
Move through those lunges really solidly. No sign of let up, no sign, he knew Hunter was chasing him down. Didn't give up any time there, looked really, really solid throughout that, and he's looking solid here, looked really calm, composed on this run, still moving incredibly quickly.
And it's the last couple of meters for him now. He's got to go past those grandstands on the other side one more time. He can see coming in now into the wall balls. This is the final workout for your leader. Hunter McIntyre just now going on to the long straight. Will we see history here for the Germans? Will it be 2 elite individual wins for Germany? We're about to find out, but 2 no reps going into finding his rhythm here. He's got to be careful. He's got a good lead, Greg, but he can't afford too many no reps because, as you said, they've not done the wall balls unbroken in an elite race yet. The top 3 coming in.
What's the gap?
So he's definitely got more reps ahead on Hunter McIntyre than Linda Meyer head on the chasers onto Anna Winfrey and so on coming from behind. But Hunter McIntyre, here we go. What a smooth and fast rhythm overall, just moving a little faster than Tim Venish, who's like a third into his wall balls now. But if you're Tim Venish right now, you don't care if you've done them unbroken before or not. You gotta go to the limit. You gotta risk it all. You got Hunter McIntyre behind you, and he's a sneaky one. He's gonna go wall by wall trying to get closer there. We know Hunter McIntyre's got the head to go to the absolute limit. 3 no reps for Tim Venish, 40 wall balls in. It is looking good, but Hunter McIntyre is closing the gap a little bit. Nobody can afford a bigger mistake right now. And again, they're pushing to the limit. We've seen the drama of elite athletes just running out of energy completely in the final 10 wall balls. Tim Venish halfway through. He's taking his first break. This is the opportunity for Hunter McIntyre to get just a little bit closer. He's bringing the gap down from 20 to roughly 14 reps. How much energy does Tim Venish have left in the body and in the head? It's the combination right now. But we see the legs wobbling a little bit, but he's still looking smooth. He's still looking good.
Yeah, still looking good, but the gap has certainly closed, and Hunter's moving through these reps, and there's his break.
Oh, it's the second break here for Tim Venish. And I mean, he's only gone through 14 wall balls after his first initial break for the next one. So he's not going to go all the way now to the finish line, and he is fighting now. He is fighting. I'm hoping we're not seeing drama, but you see those slow, like small signs of losing balance and everything. 12 reps. Hunter McIntyre behind. Tim Venish has taken another break. No, we're not seeing the counting. 75, 76. What a race. There's only 10 reps between them now. Does Tim Venish have it in him? Are we going to see hard break for the German? He has taken another break. This is the chance for Hunter McIntyre. This is incredible. It's down to 7 reps. He's doing absolutely everything. Can Tim Venish bring it home or not? He's got to dig real deep now. He is 8 ball balls ahead. He's taken another break. He's a little closer to the finish line. He's 6 ahead now. He's at the absolute limit. What a drama into the final 10. He cannot afford another rest. He needs to push through. Tim Venish, another rest. Oh my word, he is at the limit. Look at this race from Hunter McIntyre. Tim Venish, he's got to focus. He does not afford any no reps. He's taking another one. Come on, Tim Venish. Don't make it this close. The man from Germany. He brings it home. 100 wall balls to take the title of the world champion, the 2025 Hyrox world champion here in Chicago. But what a run for his money that Hunter McIntyre has given Tim Venish. There wasn't an extra 10 wall balls left in there for Tim Venish.
My heart is pounding.
Oh,
unbelievable.
My God.
That was so close. Look at that emotion.
I don't believe it. Boy, Tim, I mean, congratulations, but stop toying with us like that. My heart rate is higher than my max heart rate should be at my age.
It made that exciting. Wow, brilliant from Tim, brilliant. From very, very early on in the race, he looked really, really strong. His running was so good, so composed throughout it. And he had to dig deep for those wall balls. He knew Hunter was coming. He knew Hunter was moving really well.
And also moving really well, Dylan Scott, who's coming across the line now in 3rd. Congratulations. I think he's going to be happy with that. Top 3 across the line, and that means, Greg, you're headed down into the studio getting ready for our after show. Thanks for being here with me. Wow. Your 2025 Hyrox World Champion on US soil, Tim Venish, and look at JK, the man who was backed by most folks as the very clear favorite for the world title. Something happened at the sled pull. We're going to find out what, but the way he fought himself back here into a 4th overall is absolutely incredible and inspiring. Hats off to JK and that sportsmanship here at the finish line as well, with Tom Rogers in those incredible wall balls to finish it off and bring it across the line. And next one is going to be Hyrox, the one we're seeing with the back towards us now. The man from the Netherlands, 2 wall balls left. And Alex Ronkovic is surrendering his title to 2024 Hyrox World Champion. Is going to come across the line in 8th overall in this race here in Chicago. He's going to go back to the drawing board, and he'll be back with a vengeance for the 2026 season. A season, by the way, everybody out there, if you haven't seen the press conference, is going to see some incredible races around the globe. 4 majors, 3 regional championships, and then the World Championship announced today, a stadium race in the beautiful city of Stockholm in Sweden, which we're already getting excited about as we're seeing the congratulations here at the finish line. It is going to be a whirlwind year in 2026, but for now we're going to focus on the world champion Tim Wienisch. He's going to get some congratulations, some sweaty hacks. And then very soon we're going to see him down in the studio with Lauren and Greg, as we got Rich Ryan across the line now as well. And still fighting down on the wall balls, Pelayo, Menendez, Fernandez, and Ryan Shidek. Graham Halliday absolutely pushed it to the limit here in the picture as well. Hyrox, first thing out of the shoes. What a race. The man that came through the last chance qualifier from the Netherlands, showing a fantastic performance today. And that is our final 3 athletes at the wall ball, with Thomas Tvrdik. And Pelayo Fernandez taking another little break there. And still a big smile here on the camera, on the screen, from your 2024 world champion, Alex Ronkovic. For sure not the race that he was hoping for. And there you go, Tom Rogers very clearly asking Tim Wienisch, did you take her or not? And he did. Here we go. That's the gong of the world champion. Tim Wienisch taking the title after so much heartbreak in a 53-53. Are you kidding me? What a time, what a race from Tim Wienisch. This is absolutely wild. The man, as we got Pelayo coming across the line now as well, the man who missed the last 2 world championships due to injury. He made it on point here to Chicago, and he takes the world title. Your women's Hyrox World Champion 2025, Linda Meyer from Germany, and your men's Hyrox World Champion 2025 from Germany as well, Tim Wienisch. What a kickoff to an incredible 4 days of racing we're gonna see here. We've got the team relays coming up on the live stream tomorrow as well. We're gonna see the doubles the day after on the Saturday. It is going to be a fast and furious weekend of racing, with the age groups racing in the morning and the elite races and the live streams happening in the afternoon and in the evening. Ryan Shidek and Thomas Tvrdik, our final 2 athletes, absolutely at the limit. And Dylan Scott, first photos with Tim Wienisch. Good times at the finish line. And we're going to see both of them again, by the way, racing in the doubles. And let me tell you, if you're still tuned in, if you're still watching us here, you want to make sure you find the time, well, to see both the relay and the doubles. But the doubles, they were highly entertaining in the press conference already. There was a lot of banter, a lot of laughs going forth and back. So they're going to give us a real good show, some serious entertainment in the doubles races. And of course, there's already been the whole mental games and bets and everything going on for the Nations team relays that we're going to see as well. But Thomas Truedt and Ryland Shidek, two men suffering the same fate right now, to be at the absolute limit, with Ryland Shidek with the black headband on the left-hand side being just a little bit ahead of Thomas Truedt. And that's like the little duel for the honor, who's going to be second last and not last in the race here today. 86 for both of them, 87. Thomas has just gone a little longer now without a rest. Not sure if he's going to be able to go through or not. He's one wall ball ahead of Ryland Shidek. And none of them wants to be last in the race here today. There is no doubt. I think Thomas Truedt is going to go through. He's got, he drops the ball here. He's got to pick it up quick if he wants to stay ahead of Ryland Shidek. This might just as well be the final sprint to the finish line. 100 for Thomas Truedt running, and then here we go. Ryland Shidek is going to be the final athlete to cross the line. After we see Jack Dearden, unfortunately, pulling out of the race at the sleds already due to a calf injury. What a race, everybody. Thank you so much to everybody out there for joining us for the live stream here. We're not done with the day yet, we're done with the race, but of course we want to get all the latest gossip, the juice, the insights, and of the interviews with our top athletes down in the studio with Lauren and Greg.
Thanks, Till. Greg, my heart was in my throat in those warbles. I don't think we've seen anything that tight at this level of competition in such a long time.
No.
Oh my gosh, you were commentating on it.
Super exciting. My heart was absolutely racing at the end. I know Till was the same. Tim had to dig really, really deep there. We knew he had that gap, but we could see Hunter was moving through those reps so well. And then when Tim took that first break and then another break, he took a break, I think, with 3 reps left.
Yeah.
So excited. He had to dig really deep, but he got it done.
What a way to close out the World Championships in the Elite 15. 2 German winners.
Yeah.
It's kind of such a full circle moment with the sport being born out of Hamburg, and then next year starting our season in Hamburg with 2 world champions who are both German. Can't write a script like that.
No, amazing stuff. And they're both competitors that have been towards the top of the sport for a number of years now, but other athletes have come in and were certainly like bigger favourites than both of them tonight, but they've shown up and they've got the job done, and yeah, really impressive throughout the race tonight from Tim.
Okay, so we did delve a little bit into the sleds on the women's race, but actually I'd like to talk about that farmer's carry, because we are not used to seeing athletes put down those kettlebells as regularly as they are. My question in my mind is, the change of carpet in the sleds, is it impacting the grip by the time we get to the farmers, or is it just pure all-out exertion of a World Championship stage? What are your thoughts?
It's a really good point with the carpet, actually, because I was thinking, like, we've seen them break before when they've been on the grid and they've maybe had to turn backwards and forwards like 10 times or something, but it was reasonably simple tonight. They just, had to run around the grid twice. So it wasn't like there was a lot of turning, and there was more breaks than we've ever seen. So maybe it is the carpet, or maybe, like you said, they're just pushing to their absolute limit, and they did go out fast
really
tonight.
Kicked in.
Yeah. But it's not as hot in here as maybe it has been in other races. So yeah, I don't know what it was.
Actually, a bit of a shame given the amount of heat training that we've seen athletes doing. They were prepared for it to be a lot warmer, but this is a beautifully temperate climate. But sadly, unfortunately, Jake Dearden was an early withdrawal with a calf injury, as you guys found up on the commentary. Poor Jake. It is the kind of race, though, when you've got a few more the days following, would you err on the side of caution? A good decision from the young man.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll have to see how bad it was. It looked like he really didn't want to give up. He really tried. But yeah, he's captain in the England relay team. He's in the doubles as well with James Kelly. So maybe it was a little bit of self-preservation, if you like. We'll have to see.
So let's get right into the thick of things. This battle between Hunter and Tim Vienich. Obviously, if we go back to the press conference only yesterday evening, there was a lot of banter from Hunter McIntyre, as there always is, specifically about Tiny Tim? I want to know, they're obviously close, they're quite good friends actually. My guess is he knew far more about Tim's current condition than he let on, to know that he was the one that was going to be pushing him through that race.
Yeah, and Till touched on it during the race. Like, I think if Hunter's given that kind of banter, I think he knows you're a threat. You know, I think there's a reason for it. And if you look at Tim's finishes through the majors this year, I think is a second, a fifth, a ninth, and a second. That's probably the most consistent we've seen any athlete, really, maybe aside from James Kelly throughout the season. So Hunter would have known that. He'd have known Tim's in a good spot at the moment. So yeah, I think he saw him as a threat.
I love that. Where he really came into his own was his running. Obviously, it's a huge strength skill set of his, but my gosh, the stations. Give or take the warbles where he kind of gave us a little bit of a heart attack. I just think we're seeing Tim grow and grow as an athlete.
Yeah.
And this is the start.
Yeah. I mean, he's been around the sport for a number of years and he's still relatively young. I think maybe he's 27, 26, 27. But I sometimes worry that he goes out too fast in some of the majors. Like, he really goes out aggressively, and I wonder what that's cost him. But he still went out fast tonight, but he looked solid throughout. Like, you can't just say that cost him on any of the runs. And when he can perform on the station so well, like he beat Hunter on the road, for example, by 7-8 seconds, which is not easy to do. Like, Hunter's a big guy, great on the road, but yeah. So Tim, really came into his own on stations as well tonight.
Honestly, just felt fearless. He felt fearless, and for a man who has grappled so much with injury, he has missed the last 2 World Championships on like the final day, forcing the rosters to roll down because he hasn't been able to take to the stage. So for this full circle moment, to finally have him fit, healthy, happy, and a world champion. Honestly, Tim Beanish, I don't even know how to put this into words. We were just talking about the fact that these last 2 World Championships, you haven't even been able to make the start line due to injury, and now you stand here a world champion.
Yeah, it's amazing. So actually, I can't believe it. When you heard my walk-in song, it was ABBA, Winner Takes It All. And honestly, I heard the song since 5 months, because it is what it is. So I want to win, and I work for this in 2 years. That summer days like today, I get rewarded for all the hard work, and it's amazing. For my family, for my friends, it's great.
So happy for you. Take me into the mind of Tim Beanish while you're doing your final 30 warbles, and Hunter McIntyre is getting closer and closer and closer.
Honestly, it was really tactical.
Oh,
yeah, because I knew it when I'm 10 warbles in front, I can do the breaks, just short breaks, but to make it clear that I will hit the target, and it's enough. When I'm 1 warball ahead of him, I get the world champion title.
We made it exciting for us.
Yeah, you put on a show.
It was really, really tactical, because it's enough to be in front 5 seconds. Nobody cares.
How much were you motivated when you've got Hunter McIntyre in the press conference repeatedly calling you Tiny Tim in front of the world?
So biceps win not races. Just kidding. So
yeah, say that to his face.
Honestly, like Hunter is one of the leader in Hyrox, and he gets a really, really cool body for me, and it motivates me. It's Tiny Tim. It's cool. So Tiny Tim is world champion. And Hunter is second, but yeah, second place is the first loser, so yeah, nice to have.
I cannot wait to see this fun rivalry continue into next season, and it continues in Hamburg. What a way to start the year, 2 German world champions, and we're starting in the birthplace of Hyrox, and a journey that you've been such a part of for so many years.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable.
Oh my gosh, I think Dennis Ole there is more upset than you are.
It's Dennis. It's like he supports me the whole season, and he dreamed of my win today, and he's screaming all around and all he left for me. He's really, really one big part of my win today, and it means a word for me. and just happy. Especially my dad is here, my friends, Celia is also here. All my most important people are here, and it's great. And tomorrow, Germany wants to get the relay title.
I think Germany have quite a good chance to get the relay title.
Yeah, Germany has the chance to take 2 times the dribble, so let's see.
Game on.
Game on.
Tim, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. And all the drinks on me, of course.
No, not tonight.
Not
Sunday.
Maybe.
Sunday.
No, not today. Maybe. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
you.
Go off, celebrate with your loved ones.
Well done.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was great. This rivalry between Hunter and, in fact, it's worked out in many ways, because Hunter in the press conference yesterday was saying if he won his 4th title, he might consider stepping away from the sport for a little bit. So now, not only do we have this brand new rivalry, Hunter McIntyre's still in it.
Yeah. Fired up.
Fired up, and we are going to see, I don't know, a great season next year with all of these really impressive athletes fighting at the top.
Yeah, and like you know, some of the guys that didn't perform tonight. I mean, James Kelly, for example, wasn't really in the mix. To be fair to him, he ultimately came back and got full spot.
I honestly was really impressed with how James Kelly handled that.
Yeah, really amazing actually, because he was well down after the sled pull to get back to full spot. He can be really, really proud of that. But yeah, the depth of this field is incredible, and to continue to have Hunter in the race, in the sport, will only be a benefit.
Speaking of benefits and Hunter McIntyre, he is coming into studio, but he is also signing T-shirts on his way in because he is the man, the myth, the legend.
Heyo!
Heyo!
Heyo! What are you guys up to?
Oh, we're just having a little chat, Hunter.
Dude, I feel fresh. Let's go party.
Hey, we've got quite a big race tomorrow. It's the relay.
I know. I got to save up the juice. I'm going to kick the shit out of some people.
I want to know how you knew that Tiny Tim Vienisch, was going to be your main competition tonight.
I mean, Tim's dropped out of the last 2 World Championships, so I think a lot of people, like some people forget about Toby Lautvine, people forget about Tim Vienisch. Tim's had a good year so far, so I was just giving some shit to him, but we all know Tim's got talent, and maybe he's not the sexiest dude on Instagram or got the biggest muscles, but that's what I'm saying. Like, remember there was all this buzz about Kelly, Ronkovich, Hunter? Like, if Toby was here, I'd be like, hey guys, watch out. If Tim's here, I'm like, hey guys, watch out. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, you got to honor Tim. I was just saying, dude, Tim won the age group in 2021 in Leipzig, and he came through. I was like, that guy's fast.
He was the future of the sport, and now he's taking up the mantle.
Yeah, he's done well. He's done well.
You looked like you started out really, really fast on the ski. You were like pulling 139.
Yeah.
Did you feel like you had to open up a gap early on?
I wanted to break him. The only thing I'm a little bit dissatisfied in is I had to take my gloves off after the sled pull. I lost like a good 20 plus seconds there, and it was straining me, and then I had a little bit of a hard time in the burpees. And then I started to pick back up again and had good lunges and wall balls. I knew I was going to go unbroken on the wall balls. I thought Tim was going to have a harder time. So my goal was, excuse me, if I'd done unbroken in Vegas, I would have won Vegas. So I was like, do unbroken here, we'll win here. It didn't work.
It wasn't far off though. And honestly, I'm selfishly quite happy because you said in the press conference that had you won your 4th title, you might take a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I still might take a break. I don't know.
No, Hunter, we want to see you back next year.
I know. There's other things besides wall balls and laps and cement parks.
Well, there is. But it's very nice to have you in this sport. You've been such a big part of it for such a long time.
Yeah.
You know, what's really captured you about Hyrox? Why do you keep coming back?
I mean, Hyrox is one of these kind of things where it just lends to my lifestyle. Like, I've always liked lifting weights and being strong. I've always liked cardio through multiple aspects, not just running. I think I can kick almost anybody's ass in the world. Like, if you put me in a boxing fight, I'll probably win the fight, unless it's a world champion. Same thing with a good race. I consider myself to be a very diverse athlete, and then I can call Hyrox my home, where I really express myself to my full talents. But you guys can call me. I'm still going to try to make it to the Olympics in paddling. I'm still going to probably choose some bar fights and some arm wrestling tournaments, maybe a lumberjack thing. This ain't the death of Hunter McIntyre. This is just the start, baby.
I absolutely love it. Hunter, you are a bona fide superstar.
Oh, thank you. I'll take that. Hear that, ladies? Superstar. Yeah.
We'll let you go and enjoy it, and we'll see you back for the
Thanks,
relay
guys.
tomorrow.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Well done.
Hey, always good seeing you, brother.
I'll take it. Thank you very much. See you later. Always fun. Always impressive athlete, and you know that it's killing him inside not to take the top step, but he's so gracious in that as well.
Yeah. He'll give athletes a bit of stick, but he's always gracious in defeat, and that was solid again from him tonight.
Dylan Scott, oh my gosh, what an incredible race, and what a way to build through third place in the World Championships.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
Yeah, I am. I got asked yesterday, like, what does success look like for me? And this is my 5th time competing at World Championships. And I said, the best I've ever finished was 5th. And if I've continued to stay at the top or raise like the level that I'm finishing at as this sport progresses, that means that I'm succeeding. That means I'm moving up. So to finish 3rd this year, I felt good today. I felt like I had a top 3 finish in me. And I knew it would have to be a perfect day to win. And I had a damn good day, but the 2 guys ahead of me had damn good days as well. And I just couldn't bring them back.
I feel like I want to bring you back to the start of your season, where you weren't having a particularly good day in Amsterdam.
No.
Does it feel like, just kind of as an athlete, everything that you've gone through to get here, it's an incredible journey?
Yeah, so that's what I posted up this morning. I said, this year I started off by just getting punched in the mouth this season and having one of the worst races of my career, finishing dead last. And then just began this slow build back up of just like coming back and winning a race and then winning a major and then getting into the Elite 15 doubles and then getting picked to be on the U.S. relay team. And I'm like, dude, I got the chance to write a pretty beautiful story of a season right now. And this is, the most beautiful would have been to have won it. But if you look at me, I'm not always the most beautiful. But,
you don't say that.
I'm just kidding. My wife thinks I'm pretty. But all that said, we got 2 more races, so I'm ready to just get rehydrated, get ready to represent the U.S. team tomorrow night, get ready to race with old crazy as a bag of spiders, Jeremy.
That's a very good assessment of Jeremy.
Yeah. Somebody told me that about him, and I was like, dude, I'm hanging on to that because that's about as right as you're gonna get.
It looked like your sled pull tonight, I think, was particularly good. Did it feel good then?
So the one thing I could feel in my sled pull, there's a little bump like midway through, and every time I'd hit it, so about the 2nd time I hit, I said, when I get to this, I'm gonna give it like a big old yank, because to get over it sucked. So the sled pull was a huge separator today, and it's funny, as we tested the sleds early in the turf experience, that's exactly what all of us said. We said the sled push might not break much, but the sled pull is going to blow this field wide open based on how it felt, and that's really what the race did. And it kind of, I pulled myself back into contention, no pun intended there, and then
great pun.
Oh, thanks. It's 6.5 out of 10. But then, I played the chaser's race, I don't have the top end that these guys have. The way that Tim can blast off, the power Hunter can put out, that's just not me. I am a grinder, and I was like, I'm gonna have to be comfortable coming into the ski. I think I was 12th. I think maybe there was Bo and John Wynn behind me and maybe one other, I don't know. But the effort I was putting out felt relative to everybody's going too hot right now. And then it played out exactly as I expected, and I just couldn't. I can't believe I went unbroken on wall balls. You would have never thunk that I was going to be the guy that was going to bring back wall balls.
Did you keep your shoes on?
I did.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
I told them in the briefing, they were looking so much at me. They're like, you got to bring your shoes across. I was like, I might leave them on. Wild card, baby.
Oh, you are a wild card in the best possible way.
Thank you.
It's so cool to see you on the podium, and we cannot wait to see the next couple of races.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I've been more nervous about the relay than anything else, to be honest with you. To have this out of the way, I was like, if we go top 5 today, the rest of the weekend can be okay. So getting a 3rd place, time to go try to get these legs recovered. I'm almost 30. I'm getting old. It's a little hard on me these days.
Don't give me that.
I'm just messing with you. But yeah, so it's a good little Father's Day start, coming in this weekend.
Can you give us a little preview as to what you're going to be racing tomorrow? What's the
burpees and lunges.
Oh,
yeah.
burpees and lunges.
They're going to make me hippity hop and lunge around. I like to jump, and for some reason, my body loves lunging more than any other movement. So they were like, we'll give it to you, and I'll take it.
Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
We'll be keeping our eyes out.
All right, thank you so much.
There's a pretty intimidating German team that you're going to need to beat.
Well, they got, is Linda on the German team too?
Yes.
Yeah, so they got both world champions now. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. We'll see what we can do.
Right, lovely stuff. Go work on those legs.
I will. Thank you.
Well done.
See you in the morning. Oh, the legs struggle to get off the platform we're on. So let's remind ourselves of the results from that incredible World Championship race. Tim Beanish, Hunter McIntyre, and Dylan Scott, of course, our top 3 podium finalists. And what an holy moly, 4th, 5th, 6th. All from Australia. James Kelly, Jonathan Wynn, and Tom Rogers, the absolute wild card in his first Elite 15 race of sorts. That's, I don't even know what to say to that, Greg. What would you say to that?
Very impressive. Tom was waiting for that chance to race against the others. He showed up and he won in the last chance qualifier against the strong field, and he's like done himself proud tonight.
Jonathan Wynn finishing in the top 5. He was last coming out of the ergs. And we know that the sled pull is very much where he makes it up, but that's a great performance. And James Kelly, I've already alluded to it before, he obviously was very vocal about coming out and being the guy to beat. And when he dropped back, part of me thought, oh, okay, he's like, he might not stick in this fight. So I personally am so unbelievably impressed with how he finished in 4th, and he didn't let it get away from him.
No, yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Lauren Weeks last year at the World Championships, where she came out of sled pull in, I think, 10th and then finished 2nd. Like, he really had to dig deep and not give up at all tonight to get that full spot. And yeah, he's done himself proud, really, considering where he was at sled pull.
Hidde Veersma as well. I don't know if you noticed Hidde Veersma running around, but he'd shaved his chest to place the tattoos. I mean, what a debut from him as well. These last chance qualifier athletes proving very much that they are going to be in the thick of the fight for next season, and we can be very excited about that.
Yeah, for sure. Hidde's running throughout the last few races I've seen him has looked very, very impressive. And he was in the fight from early doors tonight. It was, yeah, really solid performance. I think he'll be happy with that.
I think he'll be happy with that. But this is it. Oh my gosh, the closing of the Elite 15 race at World Championships 2025. We have 2 German champions, Linda Meyer and Tim Beanish. You can't write stories like this, but they certainly unfold in front of your eyes. And there's plenty more to come as we look ahead to the Team Invitational Relay tomorrow. It's going to be exciting. Can anyone beat the Germans? Are England going to defend their title? And what on earth can the wildcards do? Come and join us in the pre-show because we'll be taking you through it. See you then.